Just a quick word to let you guys know on stream, the voting that is taking place at the moment is vote for the game series that you would like me and GG to cast today. Obviously, take a look at the brackets, Moobot's posting the links. We're going to go live in a couple of minutes, we've got some things to do first, but of course, make sure you vote for the one that you want to see. Hello, Callum. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello, Storm.
Excellent. Okay, I was thinking, have I done that right there? Hello, everybody. Welcome to the opening rounds of the Warpaint Championship, hosted by the one and only Relic Entertainment. We have got some awesome things happening today. The brackets are up. You guys obviously have been looking through those and deciding which series you want me and GG to cast. The votes that have been coming in are really, really good. I think we already have a pretty clear winner, although it is close between two people. So of course, guys, make sure that if you are going to vote, that you are voting exactly as Moobot said it earlier. Don't just go voting for random players, because it won't pick it up otherwise, and it's just going to go into invalid votes. But Callum, how are you feeling about today?
I'm good. I'm glad we're finally casting these players. I've been keen to cast these players in action, see how they go, and I want to see how their strategies come to fruition compared to what we've seen. I think so far throughout the qualifiers we've seen a really good variety of strategies. I think we've had good variety of armies, especially last week we even had a few Brits, different commander choices, different strategies. So I want to see how the best players, how they adapt, and how the new patch is played out by the top level of Company of Heroes.
It's good. I mean, we were kind of treated a little bit to some top level play. There have been some players who are, you know, within their right, exceptional players who maybe through ESL standings and so on didn't quite get the invites to the top 16. So we had some really good level play. But of course now we're bringing in the heavyweights back into the arena, and of course all those people that have gotten into play against the invites for their chance of getting all the prizes. You know, they've now got to step things up a notch for what we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks. So there's some pretty intense matchups that have been put on the table for us today. And of course, what the setup is going to be today, we are just casting the opening rounds, which is the best of 32 and the best of 16. And then of course next week you're going to get to see the rounds that go up to the semi-finals, and on the 11th of September, that's the big day for this tournament. That's where we're going to get to see the huge cash prizes that are put on the table from Relic, and of course the skin sales, which is completely funded by you guys. That's when we're going to get to see like some of the seriously intense games, semi-finals and finals. So anyway, I'm just going to refresh this. I want to show people actually what I've been doing here, so they can actually see the votes that are coming in. So of course, you guys are voting for which series you want to see. Currently, we have a huge percentage, nearly 30% of people here right now want to see Barton and Shadowada.
Oh wow!
Absolutely intense first bracket game. You know, like really, these are two big players here, and I think they're going to be a little disappointed playing each other in the first round. We're going to lose a big name straight away. So there's a lot of people that want to see that, obviously, because it is going to be a tense game. We've also got 25% currently on Red Wings right now. Red Wings is an incredible... it's to be expected, isn't it? Totally. But there we go. And let's just have a look through some of the brackets at the moment. So, due to some people not registering, there have been some changes where, of course, like some people are going to move through based on seeding. So naturally, as we see here, Jove will move into round 2 straight away. Same with Love Nest, one from each bracket. They're going to progress. So let's have a look. We've got Paula playing against Fahu in game 1. That's going to be a very, very good game. Tough game, I think, for Fahu, but I think he'll hopefully step up and knock Paula out of the competition. We'll see how that one goes. We're going to be getting updates constantly as well, so we'll let you guys know how all these games are going. Red Wings playing against Findeed in his first bracket. Von Ivan against Brosras, which is, I think that would be a really interesting game, especially from what we saw of Brosras last week. Incredible play. Nagano versus Sochador. Burmy versus Quentin. That one's going to be an interesting one for me. I don't know if I saw... Did we cast any of Quentin's games? I don't think we did we? Or maybe...
No, we didn't.
No, so Quentin's one, I'm not too familiar casting his games, so I couldn't make any predictions there. Helping Hands versus Easy. This one saddens me because, you know, I've spent time with both of these guys in person, and we all get on together. So it's always one of those, you know, in a tournament when you come up against your friends. That one's going to be a tough bracket there. Hopefully, Hands will show some mercy. With no offense to Easy, but you know, Helping Hands, reigning ESL finals champion. Captain Price versus Vindicare, going to be a very interesting game as well. Moving down quickly, Theodosius. Do I pronounce that right? Theodosius, I think, versus
Theodosius.
Theodosius.
Yeah, I didn't even realize there was an I in there at the end. I thought it was a Theodosius, but how wrong I was.
Do you know what? I think we've all been doing it for so long that no one really cares anymore. So you know who it is, whatever you say. Talisman versus Cruzy. Of course, Talisman, phenomenal player. Cruzy, very consistently good player. That's going to be an interesting one as well. Devem versus Havoc. Barton versus Shadowada. Again, we'll go back and refresh the thing in a minute to see if the votes have changed. That may be the one that we end up casting. Momo for show versus Overlord. Dusty versus Woof. And Jezelin against Von Asten. And we Callum, saw some great games from Jezelin, didn't we? When we were checking out when we were doing some sound checking and things. I don't know if you remember what we saw coming from Jezelin last week.
Yes, I remember that. It's always a nice little sneak peek that Stormless and I have doing the pre-stream audio testing, where we always spectate a random person on our spectator list and oh, look at this nice strategy they have, this cool little build. And that kind of makes us sad that we only get to cast, you know, a few minutes out of the whole game, which looks pretty interesting for the most part. We actually already have a game underway, Von Ivan and Brosras, so probably the quickest veto and map selection process that I've actually ever seen. Normally these games take a while to actually get into, so shout out to those guys for getting this underway. So we should jump into a observer party, and are we going to be spectating the most voted? Is that how we're doing
that's how it's going to go. Okay. And again, once more, to show these guys the votes. I think it's a fair system. We let everybody vote for what they want. By the way, guys, on the stream, before we jump into this first game, we would absolutely love it if you could share this stream out with everybody you possibly can. Get on social media, post the link out wherever you use, Facebook, Reddit, anything. We would love to have as many people here sharing like this amazing tournament, and this is going to be a really good day today. So here we go, Barton versus Shadowada. 41% of people here want to see that game, so I think the decision is made. We're probably going to have to go with that one there. So I think that was made.
Did you retweet me?
I think that was made pretty easy. I haven't retweeted.
I tweeted at you.
You
should.
I haven't even.
It's
tweeted
how hypocritical
myself.
of you.
I haven't even tweeted myself.
Okay.
You know, I'm just like.
Yeah, we'll get on it. We got time.
I'm still riding on the back of Relic right now. I just thought I don't need to tweet. You know, it's on Relic stream. It's fine.
To be honest, I was waiting for you to tweet so then I could retweet you, and then I was like, you know what? No, I'm doing it. I'm being the alpha male here. I'm making the tweet, and you're retweeting me. That's how it works, all right?
We'll see about that. Remember, I can mute you, and you can't mute me.
Oh.
Okay, so just having a look. Nice as well. We've got like 300 people here straight away, which is a phenomenal number to have right from the start. Let's see who's in the chat at the moment. Moobot should have the correct brackets link now as well, so you guys can go and check out anything you want to with the brackets. We're obviously going to wait for Barton's game to start. We will be doing, of course, Commander giveaways today. Those of you who won Commanders last week, you had those throughout the week. So of course we've got like 60 different commander codes to give away. Not today. We're probably going to give away like 15 or 20 today, I think. So what we'll do is after every game we're going to give away 2 commanders. So make sure you're here for that. We'll obviously be doing the raffles. Don't raffle now. It's not open. And then look, it's already going. It's like 20-second delay on this as well, and the raffle's already started. And yeah, we'll be doing that. So there'll be loads of things to give away there. Right.
I think you need to find a different word for raffle, because whenever you say raffle, it just triggers these people to start trolling in the chat. You need to refer to it as a randomly selected winner of a free command or something like that, so it doesn't trigger them.
To be honest, I've tried everything. I've tried giveaways.
Right.
I've tried just tried everything.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. No, unfortunately. So.
Oh well.
Okay, right. I'm just going to get you in that observer party.
It's always a party with you, Stormless.
It's literally always a party with me. I think maybe the last, because we've got bank holiday weekend here, I think maybe the last 4 days, I had someone from Russia who's a friend of mine from Company of Heroes that I've known for years, since Co1. He actually came over to mine, I think I told you about this, he came over to mine on Tuesday.
I saw the photo on the Company of Heroes
yeah,
Facebook
he
page.
came over on Tuesday. So it's another person that has slept on this black couch here from the Company of Heroes 2 community. Callum from General's Gentleman himself has slept on this very couch. And it still smells of him.
I feel like the best pun ever is when you referred to your house as your cotel.
My
that was
cotel.
glorious.
Yeah.
Yes, your
the
cotel.
cotel is a good one. The video and sound is very out of sync. It's a Twitch problem. Don't worry about it. It's happened before. Usually it just, for some random reason, suddenly works again perfectly. No idea what caused it. It's doing it for tons of streamers. So just write to Twitch if you really care, and just tell them to sort it out. Okay, let's see if there's any of these games started yet.
I got messaged by Barton. He said starting soon, so
Okay.
it shouldn't be much longer.
Awesome. So we've got a lot of things to discuss today. Obviously, with some of the top players that are going to be in this part of the this part of the tournament now, the 16 invitationals, and we hadn't really seen or cast any Brits from the previous 2 weeks of qualifiers. And of course, I was on Cryptic's stream earlier. He was just streaming some 1v1s. Cryptic, of course, not in the tournament, unfortunately, but he came up against Lovenest, and it was really good to see that Lovenest was playing the Brits. And he was playing some surprising things on the Brits as well, which is really cool. So hopefully today we are going to get to see more factions. I know for a fact that some of the top players who played during ESL, Helping Hands, loves the Brits. It'd be really cool if Lovenest is using the Brits. But there should also be other ones like Dusty's in as well. So hopefully, with the ally change, maybe we'll get to see a lot more OKW come in. It's a nice matchup, the OKW and the Brits. Everyone loves using ISGs against replacements. So hopefully, yeah, we get to see some really cool things today.
We saw a lot of Dusty's Brits during NA. It was always very interesting. You were saying earlier in our test that Loveness has been playing a Brits. Have you seen what commanders he goes for and what playstyle?
He has been, well, that would be rude, wouldn't it? That would be unfair.
That
would be unfair intel. I mean, if you were on Cryptic stream earlier, you may have seen it, but
okay,
that isn't fair intel. But it was interesting, and I actually spoke to Loveness afterwards, and I said, why are you playing Brits? You're not a Brit player. He said actually the current game changes that they've been having recently has really screwed up his build orders for certain factions. So he was
always a Soviet player, right? Whenever he played allies.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean that's
Okay.
quite a big jump for him. He has always been Soviets to my recollection. I've never seen him play USF really. Do you know what I mean? The Soviets he's always played very well and very consistently. So surprising as it was. But yeah, I mean, hopefully, like, the one thing that we get, and this is one thing that I love about the Brits being involved, is that it really does change the dynamic of a lot of maps. Like, when we see the classic Soviet-Austin matchup, it's very, do you know what I mean? The maps are quite standard, but when you have Brits, parts of the map become, like, denied. You can't patrol them at all. But it does create like
no man's land.
Yeah, totally. It's one of those things that creates like really different dynamics on maps and ways of dealing with things that aren't so routine as for what we casted through the qualifiers. So it's going to be a really interesting day. I think we're going to go into this Barton Shadow Water game, and this is going to be intense. I can't hype this game up enough for an opening round game.
Well, I have you to help it out.
You got to help me out with this one. I mean, the good thing is as well, we've got an EU player and an NA player, so it fits us both well. I don't really know. I didn't cast Shadow Water's games, so I'm not familiar with his specific playstyles other than what I've seen him stream. So his tournament play, you know it much better than I do. You know, hopefully, I'm hoping when it comes to Barton, maybe I could share some lovely insights on his playstyles.
Shadow Water, I believe, plays USF when it comes to his allies. I remember one time he said that he was giving up on US and was then playing Soviets. Then a week later, he's back at playing US. So I feel like he's always going to be a USF player at heart when it comes to the allies. So I expect to see him USF when it comes to allies. As for Axis, I'm pretty sure he plays a lot of Wehrmacht as well compared to OKW. So I think that's what we can expect. I also remember seeing a lot of mobile defense, as you would expect from really any Wehrmacht player.
I mean, it's an interesting Shadow. I don't think I've ever really seen Shadow Water play outside of USF, if I'm honest. I think I've maybe seen him play Brits a couple of times, but he is mainly like just a dead-on USF. The one thing, like, I think if we're going to expect from this series is Shadow Water's, in my opinion, always been quite like relaxed. He's the kind of player that is happy to sit on 2 VPs and just sit and wait it out. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get the feeling he really ever oversteps the mark. And that might be really good for Barton, because I don't know if you remember like some of the games, I don't know if you watched some of the EU games that we cast from Barton. Like,
seen the highlights.
You've seen the highlights. I mean, if you give Barton time, he will come up with the answer to your strategy. That is a little mechanic between them. I want to see Shadow Water really come out of this and go like, you know, I'm going to hit Barton's early game flaws, which I think Barton has some of. I've seen him lose units in the early game. So hopefully we get to see like intense pressure applied, but it could be a bit of a downfall for Shadow if he does play a little bit relaxed at all. Do you know what I mean? Or just kind of confidently sitting where
the game
he
looks
is.
up.
It looks like it's up, does it? Okay, I'm just going to have a look for that. I actually don't know if I've got either of them on Steam. I thought I did.
Oh, I do.
Let me have a quick look just to confirm that. No, I don't. Actually, I remember I blocked Barton. So, so yeah, his game.
Well, the game's up. You should be able to see
his
it.
game isn't even going to show up for me, is it?
Oh wow. Okay.
I don't. Wait. Let me. I'll very quickly do.
I could go the host, but then the stream will be.
Oh no, I've got it. I've got it here. It's okay. I can still see this. All right.
Okay. Sweet.
Let's jump in. I'm pretty sure I reset the scores from last week, so hopefully. Everything looks
that's one thing to bear in mind. We are in a best of 3 already. We're not used to it. We've been doing best of 1s for the opening rounds for the past few weeks, the 2 weeks we've been doing this. So best of 3, so there's a bit more potential for different strategies, more aggressive experimental strategies. Our Barton with no skins. I'm sure you'll.
This is something that is
mean things about
still annoying me to no end. It's so disrespectful not to go into the skins tournament with no skins. I mean, it's Barton. It's fine. Do you know what I mean? It's just funny, but we want to see skins. We're celebrating all of the kind of amazing work that people have done with design. You know, all the fantastic things they've put in the game that we've been buying, and you know, we deserve to see those in game. But anyway. Let's have a little bit of a discussion pre-game before it all kicks off about the commander choices here and the faction choices. So this is, I think this is pretty typical. I think this is what we were expecting. Barton as the Soviets playing from the south of Angerville. He has got some interesting commanders in here actually. We've got mechanized support. Typically ISU is the late game. This is a really good unit. It may have a little, you know, bit of problematic issues with elevation on this map. That's something that it's not particularly great with. Guard motor, very, very popular meta commander at the moment for the Soviets. Guards are very, very good at allowing you to, for instance, go tier 1 and then also still be able to deal with the light vehicle play from Austere. if you can get guards out. Lend-Lease tactics as well, another really strong one. So Barton, of course, playing at least with 2 commanders, I think, that are really good. I don't know about mechanized support, if I'm totally honest. Shadowada playing as the Austere. Maybe GG, you can give us a little bit of a rundown of these loadouts.
Very standard stuff here from Shadowada. Mechanized assault for the Stuggy into Tiger Tank. We're seeing a lot of that throughout last week. He's got the German mechanized, the howitzer commander with the command tank. There's the signature from that is you go 222 and you keep the 222 alive, and then have the OPOP map hacks from the 222. But then the command tanks is a really good call in to have. Allows you to not tech up as soon as you would normally need to if you don't have any call-ins. And of course the mobile defense, the Puma commander with, again, the command tank later on. So pretty standard stuff. The what?
It's a sellout commander. It means
a
I didn't play good enough at the start of the game. When you see this one, it's
okay.
my opinion of it, at least, is I don't have any fuel. I've made some errors, so I'm going to rely on off-map Puma cars.
I'm a big fan of Lend-Lease on this map, though, because there's so many really key garrisons, especially as the south, where you're the Soviet player for Barton here. He's got that house near his cutoff. He's got the more forward houses as well. If you can get a couple of Dushkas in those houses, it's going to really limit the mobility, especially in the middle of the map where you need to rotate to the left and the right side. It really allows you to trade well, especially against the MG42 in the other house across the middle there. Then you can have that slugfest with the MGs, which normally doesn't go well for the Maxim, but I'm pretty sure the Dushka wins that fight. The Dushka having more damage but less suppression than the MG42. It's also such an aggressive map with so many cutoffs that often you can just lose your cutoff and have pretty much no fuel income, but then having the 10 command point call-in Shermans will allow you to still have pretty good vehicles despite getting cut off your territory, not having the enough fuel to go for the tech up and for the tier 3 and then eventually for the tier 4. So maybe we'll see the Lend-Lease if Barton has a really rough game and can't quite hold enough fuel. But if he does have a really good time here getting the fuel out, then going for the tier 4 for the T-34 85s will put him in a much better spot. Fun trivia as well, actually. I know how much you love fun facts here, Histormos. Barton is rank 9 for the Soviets, and Shadowada is rank 20.
Oh, really?
Yeah, courtesy of Mr. Archonhawk here. These sly, discreet messages. So this is technically favoring Barton in terms of their ranks in this particular matchup. Going for the tier 1 immediately.
Yeah, I feel
a penal spam.
Yeah, this is a nice one. This may be going into that kind of Lend-Lease that you were talking about. It may be going to guard mode, so the guards fit this very well. I'm interested to see what is going to happen here. Shadowada, of course, he is going for the MG. He's already got his tier 1 up, so we expect maybe to see a squad of Grenadiers, and then maybe a little bit open to another squad of Grens or a mortar. There's a lot of interesting combinations for the Austere at the moment, I think, to open with. Oh yes, I think I just see what you're talking about there.
A little bit delayed response there, but the insta sniper here from Barton, and this tells us one thing. This tells us that Barton is obviously going left side. There is no way he would send this sniper to the right side. It'll get flanked, it'll get ambushed, it'll get caught out of position way too easily. It'll have a hard time firing through the shot blockers. So especially because the engineers are capping left, the sniper on the left side is going to be incredibly powerful here. It will make it a little bit harder for him to rotate to the right side VP. Going for the M3 scout car as well. Man, this is a crazy opener for Barton.
Yeah, I think he's going to want to try and get really under Shadowada's skin. That's one of the things is, while we're talking about players that we really know in tournaments, you know, there's a psychology to this game, and you know, I think Barton is just the person to get under Shadowada's skin, and hopefully that will force him to make some mistakes. And this can be a pretty punishing loadout if Barton plays it correctly, especially against the 4-man squads. There are support weapons on the field too, so Sniper has a lot of opportunities to do some good damage here.
So with the sniper revealed, it's a possible reveal for the M3. So the vulnerable thing for Shadowada is the MG42. If this MG42 is in one of those middle houses, and there's the clown car with the flamer that comes in and just flushes it out. You can get a very quick wipe on that, especially when you can steal that with the engineers to evacuate from the M3. So maybe we'll see a Grenadier squad hover around. Also, if Shadowwater is paying attention, he can probably hear the M3 through the fog of war. It's a pretty noisy engine, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does. He has Grenadiers nearby, and he's revealed the M3. It's a fair bit of damage as well, so he has to actually repair that. So I feel like maybe Barton should have held onto the M3, as in don't reveal it, until he has the flamer in the scout car, and then reveals it with a really nice flank and tries to just go after a lone squad, or particularly the MG42. Because now that's been revealed, I think we'll see Shadowwater not overextend and not keep lone squad, say the MG42 in the house.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't think this is a particularly strong opening game from Barton. I think had Shadowwater gone for the left side, it could have been very, very effective. He probably could have displaced him very easily with the sniper scout car combination, but actually it's allowed Shadowwater to take a pretty important building on Barton's side of the map. Shadow's going to be able to sit on 2 VPs, fuel and munitions, plus the rest of his territory, and really build up into a nice kind of early to mid game here now. So I think the pressure right now is actually on Barton to come up with something, and really like this from Shadowwater. He's hopping out of the house so that he doesn't feel the wrath of Barton's sniper, constantly just getting in to check on the location of those snipers, and good play from Shadow so far, I think.
He's playing it smart. He's not poking, he's not overextending, he's just chilling. He has the right side, he has more points, including the 2 VPs, so for him, all he needs to do is just chill and get a Panzer IV. Doesn't need to overextend. I mean, even a 222 is a great counter to both the M3 and the sniper. So we may see that out. Barton perhaps going for some guards soon. Flamer, very quick flamer actually. I don't know why he went for the flamer on the Pioneer. Oh, the Faust actually connected here. I doubt there'll be any follow-up for the kill, but it will certainly slow the M3 down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really important Faust as well, because getting the M3 out of that engagement makes it a lot easier for him to deal with this kind of push that's coming around the back towards his base and then to the right side of the map. And I think if he can hold Barton off here for a while, again, he's just got really good chances of teching. Nice to see that the Pioneers here are like just very equally trading with this penal battalion. Not what you'd particularly expect there.
It's entirely because of spacing. The penals were very clumped up, so the Flamer AoE was pretty much targeting the entire squad, whereas the Pioneers were the opposite. They were very, very spaced out. And once again, the clumping of the Grenadiers does a lot of damage. So when you're versing Flamers, it's all about spacing out and not clumping, and these penals getting dangerously low here. They will retreat, and the M3 still has a damaged engine, so it's crawling away. It was a nice attempted flank there from Shadowwater to get the secondary Faust off, but the M3 survives. Pioneers as well almost dying. So Grenadiers going in now. Shadowwater is throwing Green Squad after Green Squad, trying to find this Faust, and he may find it here, but the sniper is going to be picking away. The M3 as well has pretty good damage with that machine gun, even the engineers. So maybe a little bit too much manpower bleed here. Shadowwater looking to finish that M3 off, but wasn't able to do so.
Very interesting commander pick there. Barton went straight into mechanized, which I wasn't expecting. I thought it was going to be guard motor, but in fact he is going to go for the ISU, which could really work on the left side of this map. My issues with it, of course, are just on the right side. I just think there's elevation issues that it has when trying to take shots here and there. But of course he wants the guards. I think he realizes Shadow's having a really good early game. Guards are really going to help to stunt that if he does decide to go for the scout car. Battle phase 1 has already been teched, so that is a possibility for sure.
I suppose it depends on the direction. If you actually look at the angle of it, the elevation, it's west to east. So the ISU firing from the south to the north probably won't have any issues, but it's if the ISU tries to fire on the side, that's when you'll start having problems with that. As for the left side, I don't know. I haven't really seen the ISU on this map, so I can't comment on that, but I definitely do see the elevation from the south-north angle, you know, particularly near the road in the middle next to the fuel point and the cutoff.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting choice, and you know what you're saying actually about firing east to west, it actually benefits Shadowwater in a sense, because you know he's got that side on complete lockdown at the moment. Everything he's doing is just buying so much time off of Barton, but you know, we know what Barton's like. Barton will probably be able to fix this. Here we see a nice push from the scout car going in to try and burn the MG42 out this building. will force Shadowwater to retreat from there. Could this be a situation where Barton's found a way of denying and capping the right side?
That was a big miss micro there from the M3. I don't know why he went sideways. If he actually chased it down, he may have wiped it, especially with the penals there. It would have been very easy for him to steal that one. Grenadier's going to be in a bit of trouble as well. The penal's going for the cutoff rather than trying to get the wipe on the Grenadiers. But if they can hold the house, it's a bit harder to clear out the house. I suppose that's why Shadowwater went for that early flamer. Because if you lose that cutoff and the house there and you don't have a flamer, it is really hard to flush out that garrison. So I suppose by having that flamer, it prevented that from ever becoming a problem.
I just think that was a really good play there from Barton. It's exactly kind of what we expect to see from him, though. Really, really good. It's going to be difficult for Shadow to even get these buildings back now with the penal battalions there. Just very interesting. And he went straight for that cut-off point as well, denying all resources to Shadowwater when he denied that territory. So it's really, really good, well thought out strategy there.
Something that's interesting to see is Shadowwater didn't go for his 2-2-2. Even with the guards, I feel like it's probably worth going the 2-2-2. It can force away the penals, the sniper, and the M3 especially. So you can play around the guards unless they button you, and then even then, as long as you're at max range, you're not going to lose the 2-2-2 most likely. It forces the Soviets to clump up a little bit more when trying to play around that. Another Faust comes through onto the M3. There's been a lot of Fausts, but no follow-up. So the has been doing a fair bit of munitions drain, I suppose, but the thing is with getting a Faust off, just like any other snare, it actually gives you a lot of spike and veterancy when you hit that.
I mean, the 2-2-2, I mean, he's actually going for the half track here instead of the 2-2-2. So I'm guessing that mainly he's just going to want to increase his field presence as another way of dealing with this. He hasn't gone for a commander pick yet, so clearly he's not in such a bad position where he feels he's going to be having to rely on like mobile defense tactics. But however, I think this would be a really good solution for him. You know, if he doesn't upgrade it, he's constantly able to get flamers and grenadiers just dealing constant damage. I think that will actually wear Barton down quite quickly. Really nice way of dealing with the sniper as well. He's able to push and reinforce at the same time, which should be a really beneficial way of getting that sniper off the field. But this is a very fragile.
Go flame projectors.
I think, yeah, I kind of don't like that though. Not with two guard squads on the field. I think you get buttoned by one. And you're going to lose that if you get them in the wrong position. And when you're coming up against such a strong player like Barton, I think that's such a huge risk.
Yeah, good point. Especially if you put the guards in the M3. Okay, double Faust here for sure. If this isn't a dead M3, no, even one Faust was all that was required to kill that M3. It finally goes down, but it's had a fantastic impact so far. We can see Barton now pretty much has the entire map, but for the most part, Shadowwater did. So it's hard to say who's ahead in the field department. Having a look at the base of Barton, he has his tier 3, very late though, mind you. He has 100 fuel in the bank, so that T70 could have already been here, and that T70 is going to be able to force the half track away. He can force squads away. So Shadowwater's in a bit of an iffy spot because he currently has 0 anti-tank, doesn't have a pack, doesn't have any P-Grens, he doesn't have Battle Phase 2, so he's going to need to do something about this.
I mean, it's a difficult one on teching. I think the big thing for him right now is actually just getting control of that territory. I think that is something he can actually do just on Battle Phase 1, because he's going to be able to get his AT out. But he still has access to indirect fire options. He can suppress the infantry that comes in. I think map control is going to be the big thing. And when he actually gets into a position where he feels he can just control this side again, I think you'll see him sit there and kind of wait for it. And actually, that's what I've seen. That's what I've seen him do on this map when I've seen him play online. Really, is he does just like to dominate this area where the wall is, and really just take advantage of all the sight blockers and other areas that are kind of inaccessible that Barton will really have to work to get around.
I'm expecting to see a Puma the moment the T70 is revealed, and I'm pretty sure the only reason why Shadowwater hasn't gone for that is because he sees the guards. So it could actually be guard motor, in which case you might skip the T70 entirely and go straight for the tier 4. And if that's the case, then you don't want to go a Puma. So I think Shadowwater's only not going a Puma in case it's actually the tier 4 rush. That being said, it could be the Stug E as well, considering that he's already at 7 command points. And there's actually not often you see that. Normally the T70 comes out well before the 7 command points for the Stuggy.
Well, time to see if this T70 is going to be able to do any damage. I mean, yeah, there we go. You were dead on with that call. It looks like he managed to get a Faust connected. Will he be able to close in with these Grenadiers? He does have the munitions for another 2 Fausts. Is he going to risk it past the guards? It doesn't look like he's going to do that. Sensible decision, I think. Really needs to work on the AT now, and as you say, Puma definitely incoming. So, yeah, I mean, it's a funny one as well, because really that T70 is quite late, and, you know, if we'd have just seen an AT gun at any point, I don't think he'd have needed to reach for the Puma. As you say, though, it's a popular choice. People do use it well. I just have worries about when you use the Puma and, you know, and it doesn't go well, where do you leave yourself? Because you've already spent a significant part of fuel that Oster just doesn't get on this light vehicle, and it will affect your attacking.
Especially with how blobbed up Shadowwater is, because he has the half track, because it's Angoville where one side has both VPs. You can blob up like that, and when you're blobbing, then you're not as vulnerable to the T70, though the MG could go down to the guards. Oh, he was relying on the half track reinforce, but it was just too much damage from the guards, and there's actually 2 guards here, so this Puma has to be very careful. It will have the range advantage over the T70, but that penal squad in the house with a flamer, this is a really bad spot here for Shadowwater. All his squads are so low, and he's trying to play the reinforced game, but the DPS might be too much here. The Vet 3 Pyos, they don't count, they actually drop the Flamer as well. Could be a double Flamer on the penal squad. He's Uraring onto it.
Yeah, this really isn't working, and also the reinforcements hampering his manpower down all the time. He's just having to hit the reinforce button constantly. Now the Vet 3 penal battalions come in, a satchel charges in, even in retreat here is going to be dangerous. Very, very lucky escape. Very lucky escape.
MG on the ground. Oh, the guards don't actually cap that one. Probably couldn't have survived capping that one. Yeah, Shadowwater lost 2 squads because he underestimated the damage of Barton. He thought, it's fine, bro. I have the reinforce from the half track. I don't have to retreat. I can stay, keep my field presence. But no, he actually didn't. And as a result, that's some very punishing wipes. Look at these vehicles. They're so weak, particularly the Puma, and he's out of repairs. He can't even afford repairs because he's constantly reinforcing his Grens.
Yeah, this is a difficult one as well. SU-76 is going to be breaking down this wall. Oh, an instant kill on the Puma. Huge loss for Shadowwater there. This is going downhill very, very quickly.
Grenadier squad barely gets out of this one, so Shadowwater's in a rough spot now. With the Puma down, he's going to have to rebuild that one. And the half tracks has to be so careful about that. And the problem with this half track is it's just so much manpower that he's reinforcing instead of building, say, a pack or building another Puma.
I think that is one of the really big downsides of the reinforcement half track. You know, he hasn't even gone really with the upgrades. He's got 1 squad of LMGs out. I think he could have benefited from another playing against guards the way he has been. You know, maybe it would have allowed him to not lose so many units, because really the standard rifles are just not giving good trade-offs against the upgraded guards and the penal battalions, which are just making health issues, you know, even more of a problem. Shadowwater not moving his half track here. He surrenders. That was a quick game.
Yeah.
But he knew.
Getting a little bit flustered there. That was a tense game. You are certainly right, though, is how do you expect to trade against guards if you don't have LMGs? Even when you have LMGs, it's still generally in the guards' advantage as they are a more expensive squad. But without LMGs, you're just not going to win that fight. And it's not like there was any support weapons to put the fight in Shadowwater's favor. So, yeah, and also the other problem with that half track, when you go for that blob half track reinforced playstyle, is it gets to a certain point where all your squads are low and you have to actually heal them up. Sure, you have 4 models, but if you're not healing them, then it's a lot of manpower bleed. They don't trade very well. I feel like Shadowwater, he needed a pack, honestly. The Puma wasn't necessary because Shadowwater did so well. He had the fuel advantage, or at least it was pretty even for a while, and he was pushing up, he had map control, and he just didn't build a pack.
Yeah.
And the Puma's always a nice counter to the T70, but you know, it's not necessary if you have a pack, and then the pack has the range advantage where it can safely zone away the T-70, where then the Puma's very vulnerable to not only guards but also, of course, the Su-76 is quite vulnerable. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe Shadow Riders just should have considered map control. In that late game situation, well, the end of the replay, just go, hey, it's fine. You can have the map. I will retreat. I'll mass heal. I'll mass reinforce. I'll get a pack, and I'll just blob left side or I'll blob right side, and then just try and get the map back. I feel like he all-in when he didn't need to. Why was that an all-in? You know, the game wasn't over. There was plenty of VPs. He was doing really well. That losing map control sucks, but it doesn't matter when you're mobile defense because you still have the call-in Puma, you still have the call-in Command Panzer IV, that even if you lose map control, especially because Shadow Rider had a pretty good bank of fuel. He didn't need the fuel. He had the munitions, he could have got his LMGs. He was too afraid to lose map control when he was in a good spot and lost too much trying to hold the map control.
It was
anyway. I think
it is a tough one. I think
game 2 started.
I think given the player that Shadow Rider is, I think he'll be disappointed with that. I think there was some strategic errors that he'll probably want to address in this next game. But he's going to be playing allies now, which I think is a little more up his street. We can expect that he's going to be playing USF. I think so. Let's see. I just want to get you into a party quickly, and we would be doing a giveaway here, but Game 2 has started, and I'm sure you guys would much rather be watching the games. So we'll wait till the end of a series whilst we're waiting what to pick next, and then we'll do all of those. Are you in the party? Let me know when you're in.
Yeah, that game was disappointing. I feel like Shadow Rider played very well there. He actually did great in map control. But it was just in the last 3 minutes of the game, he just started losing squads because he didn't retreat them, and that was unfortunate. He committed himself to a strategy, and he was inflexible, I suppose, in his strategy. So the game, it should be here.
I'm just scrolling down just to see.
Oh yeah, I see it. Barton, PL.
Yep, I've got it. Oh, gonna be a nice one.
Soviets.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, what I'm going to do, I will update the scores when we get in, because I don't know what sides they're going to be on. And typical with this observer mode, it could just switch, could be on either side. I have no way of telling whatsoever.
I just love how Company of Heroes commits to the RNG experience. It even leaves the overlaying UI to RNG. You know what I
very good
really
point. Like,
dislike?
do we have the players on the left or the right? Let's roll the dice.
Yeah.
See what comes up.
Well,
you know.
One of the things that I really wish CoH2 had, there's no random faction. When you go the auto match, you can't queue as random. You can in Company of Heroes 1, and I don't understand why, because sometimes I feel like playing Company of Heroes and I just don't know what faction I want to play, and I want to let the RNG gods decide my fate.
I mean, that was one of the nice. At the end of the day, you should be able to choose, what faction you play. So it shouldn't make a huge amount of difference. But yeah, it is a missing feature of that, isn't it?
It's right. Nice to have the option.
Let me just very quickly make sure that we get the right scores up, because can't have wrong scores on. Let's see.
So now Shadow Rider's going for the tier 2.
I'm not in yet.
And the double engineer as well. Well, yeah, that's fine. I'm talking. So I expect Maxims. Again, if you see 2 engineers, it's generally rather indicative of Maxims.
Okay.
I think it's also really clever to have 2 engineers, because you really want to have a flamer on this map. Especially since you're versing OKW, so the shoe mines are always a threat. You still not in game?
Yep, I'm in now.
This is actually really brutal from Barton. He steals the house with the Stern Pioneers. He's going to force Shadow to go to the left side.
Yeah, it's a nice strong push there, and of course that tier building. I don't know how the timings for this. This is kind of something that Desper could probably look into. Now there are obvious benefits. We see Shadow Rider all the time building his tier structures on the edge of his territory so that he can quite easily walk back and reinforce his units, and that's something that's really useful here when you're trying to engage this house. Let's assume, as Barton has done, taking this house, you can at least reinforce your units quite close to the area without doing a full retreat. so you're more likely to get them out of there quicker. But when you do build, when you have to walk and then build your tier, as that is what maybe has cost him that building, because he didn't build the building in time, and then he had to run to that location, and that time allowed Barton to run the entire length of the map and get in that house. So if he does consider that building of strategic value, then I think that really hindered him a little.
But wouldn't it be the exact same time either way?
Well,
so long as the building isn't out of the path of the house. Well, never mind that, because there's going to be Stim Pioneers flanking the Maxim, forcing that one away, and that's a really big blow. If your Maxims, or whatever MG you have, if it gets forced off within the first few minutes of the game, it can be really hard to get them set up in a good position. That being said, we have Barton without that much map control, because he went for a very aggressive opener. He does have his fuel connected though, but behind that, doesn't have his right side point capped.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see where Wada goes from here based on that, to be honest, because he was pushed to the left. He's almost kind of committed to the left a little bit. And now Barton's obviously leading him over to the right-hand side, because Barton, with some presence on the left, it goes to stand, Wada thinking I should go to the right side. And then I think by that point, Barton's probably going to have something in place that is going to be able to combat this. So, I mean, he's already got fuel on the left now, so if he does put up a strong presence on the right, he's going to get himself into a good position. So, tense couple of early minutes for Shadow Wada, and I think he's really got to nail this down if he's going to have a good chance of winning this game.
Double fuel as OKW is very powerful. If you can get that, you can rush out a Panzer II incredibly quickly, which is very effective against Soviets that have a lot of Maxims. And you can say that about any faction, but I feel like double fuel for Wehrmacht isn't that strong, because you can't rush out a tank very quickly. The Panzer IV, Ostwind, it takes a lot longer. So you don't have that, the 6-7 minute light vehicle shock unit that you have, which really does make a big difference in forcing units off the map. And round number 2, for our little fun trivia facts, Barton is actually rank number 10 as the OKW, and Shadow Wada is rank number 47. So again, this matchup going to be favoring Barton.
Yep, well of course, one of the things with this, we were very, very fair to everybody today. We allowed everybody the chance to vote for the series that they wanted casting, and of course we are going to be doing that again. So after this has finished, remember to stick around, because we're going to be voting for the ones that you want to see. 30% of people wanted to see this game, and I'd be very interested if people thought it was going to go the way that it has already. The first game under 20 minutes for round 1 to complete, safely in the hands of Barton. Now we're in game 2, but a bit of a shaky start, but hopefully we're going to get to see some epic plays from Shadow coming in and go into a game 3.
So Barton did go for the battle group headquarters. I was actually expecting him to go the Panzer II. I feel like it would have been very effective given his lead. We will perhaps see an ISG. That's always a nice counter to Maxims as well. Not many squads here for Barton. He's got 3 Volks, Sturm Pioneers, and a Kubel. So he's going to have a hard time holding the territory if Shadow Wada starts to play aggressively here. Shadow Wada's gone 2 Maxims, 2 Engineers, 1 with a Flamer, and now 3 Cons. So it's a lot of map control potential if he gets all those squads, getting good engagements, forcing away squads, and holding those houses in particular.
There's not really much I feel like OKW is able to do about the situation right now. I like the tech up to battle grouper. Now we see that the incendiaries are in, so problems are starting to be created for the Maxims that are hanging around. But of course we do have flamethrower engineers here, and that again is going to make it difficult for Barton on the counter. If we see an ISG, I think that's going to be one of the best ways. I think indirect fire is a really nice way to clear buildings here, because added to the risk that Shadow Wada could be using demos, he could be using mines. There's a lot of risk to be associated with walking around with flamethrowers and Sturm Pioneers. And
speaking of risk, look at the Sturm Pioneer squad. Is looking for a nice flank, but
he just doesn't have the health.
30% health.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's. Even if he gets a nice ambush, he'll just get focused down, especially on the road. He isn't in negative cover now, but he could easily change that when it automatically gets past. He's going to have to retreat now. Only 1 con squad there, but there's engineers nearby. There's a Maxim, there's a conscript. Well, there's a lot of things on this retreat path, or that could go to the retreat path if Shadow Wada wanted to commit to it. And Barton went for an MG34, which is a little bit strange. I was definitely expecting the ISG.
Yeah, I was too. We'll see how that works. You know, I think it's Shadowwater's doing the right thing at the moment, though. You know, he's just putting this good pressure on. Shadowwater's going to actually bring out the indirect fire first. It doesn't appear to me that Barton has that much on the field. When you compare these two armies together, Mortar's just been cancelled. So maybe without the ISG there, or maybe he's only just seen the Maxim and it wasn't really that... Sorry, not the Maxim, the MG. And it wasn't that effective. Maybe he felt he didn't need it. But
yeah,
Barton,
I think it also may have been because Shadowwater looks at his fuel and goes... and thinks that he's actually not that far off a T70, so he may just go for the T70. He's actually going for AT grenades now as well, so that's the good thing about having the conscripts mixed in. You don't have to go guards if you don't want to, but two of his commanders are guards anyway.
Guards really is the safe option. I really like this from Shadowwater. I don't know if he's expecting this, but he swaps the Maxim for the conscript squad. Much easier for him to get out of the house if this incendiary grenade does come over. It looks like Barton's about to throw it. You can tell Barton's gearing up for something. He's been having units all over the field in static positions. He's clearly waiting for a moment that he can strike. Volks Grenadiers start to come in through the middle. SDG upgrades pop just as he runs in, and the flak half-track has come around the side. Shadowwater's trying to go in for some AT grenades. This could be bad for Barton if the AT grenades do go off. One goes. Does he have the munitions for another? Shadow does not. And this is easy pickings for this flak half-track at this point.
A lot of damage up close. The conscript's going to have to retreat. I don't know why they're staying there. They're pinned, so they can't use the grenade a second time. But the Maxim doing some pretty decent damage here. Should be okay. Despite that, the Maxim doesn't have very good penetration, unlike a lot of the other machine guns that actually have a penetration ability. Meanwhile, the Volks are getting roasted by the conscripts and the flamers on the engineer. So, yeah, a pretty bad push there from Barton. Didn't really achieve much.
No, I think he probably had bigger plans for that, but yeah, it's an interesting...
Kubel is taken out. And it's going to lose the cutoff as well. I'm not a fan of the flak half-track because it can work, but the flak half-track can actually take a long time to flush out Maxims in a house, especially if there's a guard squad in one of those houses. That flak half-track is not clearing them out. So it's just a 40 fuel investment that is very vulnerable the moment Shadowwater gets a tier 3 vehicle. It actually goes for a Zis gun though. And that tells me that maybe Shadowwater doesn't want to go for a quick tier 3. Maybe he'll instead go for a T-34-85. He does have both the armored assault and the mechanized support that... the guard motor that has a T-34-85. Considering that he has 3 cons and he already has the AT grenades, it looks like it's going to be the armored assault with a quick T-34-85 rush.
Well, this is... You remember I was saying before we cast this series about like how I thought it was going to go with Wada, with like, you know, the camping of the 2 VPs maybe his best solution. I love that Barton's still finding ways around him though. He's actually going quite deep into enemy territory, may even try to steal a VP here. Barton's units are just kind of all over the place. At this point they're actually attacking the base with Volks Grenadiers, giving away his position completely. But,
did you see the flak half-track get forced away by the Maxim after only killing 1 model? You just can't clear garrisons with them, and that's against the Maxim, the worst MG for allies.
It's, yeah, it's not a good decision. I wasn't a fan of the flak half-track decision. Can be good in some places, but it's just very difficult, especially when you do have that looming threat of guards are a possibility. You know, I think there could be better things here, and still no indirect fire.
Barton has had his fuel for a while though, so that's definitely nice to see. A lot of times the Axis can get their own fuel disconnected and have a hard time actually holding it. Very aggressive play here at this cutoff. There's going to be a Maxim at the south though, suppressing the Volks and preventing Barton from actually holding that one. Nice spot for the flak half-track, but he has to be careful about the Zis gun, which... It can get a nice shot off actually, because the half-track is exposed through the middle of the road.
to see how it deals with this. I mean, I think you can see what Barton's game is here. I think what he's been trying to do the whole time is let Shadow go right up to the top end of the top end of the field, and then kind of cut round the back, steal this cut-off point, and try and just get a really dominant position there. And I think the flak half track, if it did get set up in that position, could be quite effective, because obviously it'd be good against all the infantry. They'd probably be panicking, hitting the retreat button, Maxims everywhere. But that just hasn't happened, and I think Shadow's actually wised up to that. We've got a couple of mines down here in between the buildings. It's going to be very difficult for these light vehicle plays to work from Barton right now. And, you know, whilst he's maintaining that great front line, he's just got total building access. Barton's gone in with the scavenge doctrine, so we can have a Jaeger-light infantry possibly popping out of some buildings. But once again, you know, Shadow occupying the buildings here, perhaps even preparing for that possibility. And you know, he's going to make it really difficult for Barton to get these. I don't think we'll see Shadow move from these two VPs for quite a while, if I'm honest.
The infiltration nades are good against the Maxim playstyle. You really want to destroy those houses, because trying to flush out Maxims out of those garrisons is a problem. The flak half track does pretty well against Maxims in the open or even behind cover, but in a house it's a bit of a different story. So if the Maxims can get flushed out because the buildings get destroyed in 2 volleys, if not 1, depending on the strength of the house, then it will have a much easier time. We have the Ziskan setting up for the shot. There's no smoke ability on the Vet Zero half track. Looks like he gets out of the range of that second shot.
Look at this tier 4 position from
Whoa!
Barton. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Oh, actually I have. I lost a game to someone put a flak half track on my cutoff on Road to Kharkov. It was very embarrassing. Oh. To be fair, I was drunk at the time though.
Well, you would have to be.
Yeah, right.
I just saw some of these infiltration grenades here, doing a little bit of damage. Actually, nice amount of health taken off the conscripts, will force that retreat. Nice. The Maxim is displaced. This is a good push from Barton. Very, very deep territory right now. They're trying to find good positions. They're forced out of green cover. Maxim not in the right place to deal with this. I have a funny feeling that Shadow is going to get pushed off this side. The A half track is now going through once again. Oh, will he turn over the mine? Actually makes a sensible decision to just try and get out of there. I just have
the shot blocker of the house. But if he goes back to the Arc of the Ziskan, he may lose it here. There's going to be vision from the Maxim, so it will be a max range shot. It doesn't miss, however. So the flak half track survived. I think we actually had a Volk squad go down as well. There were 3 Volks.
That was very well handled by Shadow Otter, I have to say. The AT position here, I think this whole setup that he has, he's got the Maxim. You saw the kind of sight range it was providing when Barton was trying to rush his Volksgrenadiers on the right. I mean, they weren't actually in the range that we see, but of course they can overextend to that. And, you know, the AT positioning, the mines, it's going to be really difficult for Barton to break this. So do you know what I reckon we'll see? Like a little prediction for how this game will go. I reckon Shadow Water is going to get base rushed. I think we'll probably see like there's one T-70 coming out. I wonder if it's going to be the last. If I'm totally honest, you know, we could see like a really you know, medium vehicle rush on Shadow Water's base. It might be the best way of displacing him, to be honest, and getting a few units off of important positions, because he has left himself very vulnerable over there.
Yeah, Barton isn't that far off his Panzer IV, so it's actually in a decent spot in that he has the Panzer headquarters. He didn't have to go for the Ostwind, which he probably would have done though if he had the command points for it. But there hasn't been a lot of action in terms of actual models going down. There's been a lot of shoving and then retreating, so the command points have been pretty slow, which prevents that Ostwind from being called in. But eventually, Barton will have that Panzer IV. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Shadow Water went for the T-70, because he already has the entire right side with 2 VPs, and even with the T-70, I don't see this actually changing. I don't see the T-70 allowing Shadow Water to push up, get any more territory, and have more of an impact than he already is. Now, he even goes for a T-34, sorry, a Su-76, and I feel like he would have been better off just rushing at a T-34-85, because he already has the entire right side of the map. Why does he need these vehicles? I suppose he might want to get the Su-76 because he's worried about a potential Panzer IV or even the Ostwind, but he already has the Ziskan, he has mines, he has cons, so I think he does have plenty of AT for him to chill and hold out for a T-34-85.
We're seeing one of the war paint skins here as well. It's a little bit Alien versus Predator, but very, very nice one. Of course, you've got your skins turned on now, haven't you? So you should be able to see
Of course I do, Stormless.
Yeah.
Of course I do.
After negotiations on the subject.
Negotiations.
But yeah, I do agree with you. Like the light vehicles, he could have got away with rushing. The other thing as well is that going for the light and medium vehicles, it almost feels like maybe this is going to hamper his pop cap in the late game. You know, what's allowing him to bring on some of the bigger units. I think this isn't going to be an issue for Barton. Like, you know, he's got one side of the map. You know, he's playing his axis, so he'll be okay. You know, if he can just save what he's doing, I think he'll end up with all of the units he needs. Nice takedown there as a Volk squad. Got killed by
I think they hit a
T70.
mine or something. Well, there was one of them retreating, so it must have hit a mine or something. But yeah, that's a massive loss. I don't know why Barton was trying to push up there. There's no way he can actually take any territory off Shadow Water. All he's doing is manpower bleeding and losing on the mortar. That's what it was, I think. Once again, the Volk squad in the exact same position. The T70 is going to wipe the other Volk squad. Oh, the cons get the kill in the end. And that's 2 Volks down, which were unnecessary. He wasn't going to achieve anything. Even the flak half-tracks being hit, being abandoned by the Zis, and is repairing it with the Stern Pioneers.
Here comes the Ostwind, though.
The Raketen will go down as well, again in the exact same spot to the Volks. Barton just being far too aggressive when there was obviously no chance for him to actually get any territory here.
Yeah, this is one of the things, you know, like with Barton's strategy, trying to attack from the south, that he runs the risk that he's going to have to retreat through the entire army that Shadowwater has on the field. And as we see, he's just lost a couple of squads already. So this is very, very promising for Shadow right now. And in fact, with the light and medium vehicles he has, he could probably do something pretty decent here. Su-76 in a great position to deal with this Ostwind. Great sight coming in as well from the Maxim. Is he going to go for that last shot? Does he have the range? Oh! Look at the amount of health that left with. That
barely
was
survives that one.
an incredible shot.
Stern Pioneers actually survived that one. The Maxim. Oh no! What? Max range. Maxim gets the kill on the Stern Pioneers. That was crazy there. And so that was interesting. Shadowwater actually ran out of munitions. He couldn't get the double AT grenade. Definitely have been the Ostwind going down. He could have also stolen the Raketen and then used that to fire the Ostwind, but it's a little bit dangerous trying to capture a Raketen underneath an Ostwind. Either way, Barton losing most of his units. He's in a very bad spot, and Shadowwater might actually just go for the IS-2 now. If he just goes the Armored Assault, 8 command points, will probably get the 13 command points at around about the same time as he gets the 230 fuel.
It's still very, very static. I mean, I think Barton tried to do a little bit too much before he was ready there. Like I felt like that engagement actually instigated before the Ostwind was really like centered on the field. So it was really, really weird, you know, to see that decision. It just didn't work at all. The Stern Pioneers was such an important wipe as well, because you know he needs the Stern Pioneers to repair the Ostwind, which he's just put all of this fuel focus into, and yeah, you know, like he's now forced his opponent to rebuild the Stern Pioneers.
Cons?
Yeah, I saw. To rebuild those Stern Pioneers. So again, you're just completely disrupting any build orders that Barton may have, making things really, really difficult. And there's no way Barton's going to be able to attack this side anyway. He's got reduced manpower. Any vehicles he's using are going to get triggered on mines for sure. So
double Ostwind. I'm surprised Barton's going for the Ostwind when he has the Panzer headquarters already. I suppose it is a 50 fuel difference for the Panzer IV. They are pretty expensive, but this is going to be a bit of a problem, because the moment that Shadowwater pulls out either a T-34-85 or an IS-2, there's going to be nothing that Barton can do. He has a Raketen, but Raketen just won't cut it.
Here we go, let's see if he's able to do anything with this. So Raketen as well, stolen, delivering shots to the Ostwind. AT gun slightly out of position here. T-70 does go down though to the Raketen. Barton will be happy with that. Interested to see, is Shadowwater going to be reinforcing the the AT gun with his conscripts using the merge ability? Would be a decent way of keeping those on the field. And what is this from Barton? He's actually using the 105 howitzer barrage here. Off-map artillery is going to be coming in and forcing Shadowwater to move all his units out of this area. But of course, I find this decision weird, because this is not benefiting Barton at all. It's just a waste of munitions that has made Shadow Warrior move. I don't think we're going to get to see a single unit, a single model drop here. And, you know, he could have used that with a coordinated attack, you know, used it to separate, like, the AT guns and the infantry, cause some chaos, and then gone in with the Ostwinds. Could have been a beautiful play, and instead, really quite a meaningless ability to use them.
Yeah, the best thing to do is if you arty barrage the AT guns, and then as the AT guns are repositioned, you just attack them head-on with the Ostwinds. And the AT guns either die to the artillery or they die to the Ostwinds as they're trying to reposition. So that's a nice way of using them, especially with a Zis gun and a Raketin. Well, the Raketin's very vulnerable from the front, doesn't have the armor that the other AT guns provide. So you have the potential there. And
I'm just seeing, by the way, I'm seeing someone has just said, artillery clears mines. I would argue that's not the best way of clearing mines, if I was totally honest. I would say...
He didn't clear mines anyway.
I would say it's a very expensive way of clearing mines, and he didn't really clear any. They're still everywhere. You know, a good way to do it, considering he has Stern Pioneers with the Minesweeper upgrade, is to just attack ground with the Ostwind as the mines pop up. Very easy way. You can see him doing it here. There we go. That's how you need to be doing it. Don't waste like 180 manpower on artillery to clear mines. It's not worth it.
So Shadow Warrior's going for SU-85 and a Zis gun. This is really interesting. He already has 2 AT guns. I don't see why he needs a third one. Yeah, SU-76 getting forced away by the Raketin. Fox is all suppressed by the Maxims though, so he can't really attack through this. He will land an Incendiary Grenade, however, and the double Ostwind, they can force away these support weapons. They're quite clumped up if they're behind cover.
This looked like it could have been a really good push for Barton there. I think he's actually just lost it a little bit, which is unfortunate. A part of me thinks this is due to the manpower that he's lost, you know, those Volks Grenadiers, because you know, he'd have 4 squads of Volks right now, and they probably would have been a little bit vetted. You're going in with the 2 squads, it's so easy for Shadow to suppress.
The SU will go down. There's 2 Raketins there, they're cloaked in position. One of them doesn't actually fire though. Why? Oh, well, the first one gets the shot twice in a row. So that was a little bit strange there. I guess he expected the Raketins to back away, of course. Not having the map hacks that we do, didn't know that there were cloaked Raketins. Loses the SU-76, not to worry though, he's going to be replacing that with an SU-85, as well as having 3 AT guns, so definitely no shortage of anti-tank. Perhaps a bit of an overcommitment, because now Shadow Warrior's pop capped and can't afford to get an IS-2.
I think it's like good from one perspective in that he's got a very, very solid defense, and this is what, you know, as I said, Shadow Warrior is just going to camp these 2 VPs and make it as difficult as possible for Barton to do it. And things like the SU-85, they have got a good survivability count to them, because they're going to be able to long range these Ostwinds without really taking any damage itself. But where the problem comes in really is that Barton still has a lot to play with. And if Barton was to go for like indirect fire or something like that, I think he would probably wipe a lot off the field. Like a Stuka could be amazing here. You know, just clearing all of the support weapons that are pinning down his infantry. And then it's just a matter of the Raketins getting in really. There doesn't seem to be that much in stopping those right now.
He has gone the tier 2, the mechanized truck, so he could be doing, as you say, going for the Stuka. It's either that or it's a King Tiger. He has all 3 trucks, so definitely could be the King Tiger as well.
I'll put money on a Stuka just because I think he's coming up to the right amount of fuel for it, and I don't think he'd have made a decision to tech up otherwise. But I mean, it's again, this decision is weird. Why did he blow up the wreck of the SU-76 when he could have salvaged that?
Yeah, that was strange.
That wasn't benefiting anybody else but him. So that's a very weird decision.
Unless the Soviet player has the PTRS kit, taking on tactics, then you have the salvage engineers, but Ostwind's going to be poking up, deciding to back away from that solid line of AT.
Very interesting. I mean, this is such a difficult one for Shadow Warrior. He's usually a bit more like aggressive than this, but I think considering how game 1 went, he's got to be so careful right here. I don't blame him at all for being as static as he is, because it must be quite scary in a sense. You know, you're waiting for your opponent, you know that they could be providing counters at any second. He hasn't really got any, I mean, he still hasn't picked a commander. So, you know, he hasn't got anything really for recon at the moment. I'm surprised he still hasn't picked a commander. He knows exactly what Barton's got. There must be something that he feels is necessary to him right now.
He's going the M5 half track, which I think is fantastic. He's going to be using that to reinforce his squad. It's rare that you see the M5 half track not used for the quad upgrade. We're going to be using it for just the conventional role, just using it to reinforce the support weapons, reinforce conscripts. Especially if there ends up being a Stuka, that's when the reinforce will come even more in handy. Going to be throwing down the Arty barrage.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see. This is the perfect use for this. Now we're seeing everything being displaced across the map. Raketten's still getting a good shot, but he's really trying to just bait the any kind of vehicle into the 2 Rakettens that he has put through. Now, where are the Ostwinds in all of this? They're a little bit stagnant, if I'm honest. Could have gone in for quite a nice rush then. Of course, the big threat is the Su-85, and has that revealed itself yet?
It has a shot. It has one little bar of veterancy, so it must have hit an Austrian somewhere down the line.
So I mean,
yeah, surprisingly.
Captain, I was just going to say, it stands to really whether Barton has noticed that the Su-85 is there, because this engagement could go very, very south quickly if he hasn't.
Yeah, I suppose when there's that many AT guns, it's hard to keep track of what's actually firing at you. But it should reveal through the fog of war if it hits you, so it should be pretty obvious if you keep an eye on the map. But gets the neutralize on the VP, not quite enough to hold it though. With that many Maxims there, with the Flamers, it's just too much to break this camp. I think this Stuka is going to be absolutely important, and he's getting it now, finally. But I think this half track is such a clever choice, and even with the Stuka, I don't see this defensive line of Shadowwater actually broken, and even then, I don't see Barton holding it with only 2 Volks and a single MG34, which is on the left side VP.
I'm a little bit actually confused as to what Barton is doing here. There's no real reason other than maybe to just try and climb a little bit of veterancy. To be sending those Austrians like that, it's a huge risk. Shadow equally as static here. Could be building some green cover sandbags for him to use, just to make sure that there are no wipes, or that there's plenty of good fighting positions for him. Here we go. We see that Barton has pushed down through the center. He's probably clocked that there's a demo charge there. A half track trying to Karoo, and he's going to have a bad time with this though. There goes the Raketten. It's suppressed, but he's going to be able to fire anyway. Barton straight out of there and doesn't have the veterancy to pop smoke yet, so he does need to be very, very careful with things like this.
The Raketten doesn't get the second shot off, in part due to the suppression slowing down its rate of fire. So going to be advancing up with the infantry once the Maxims rotate. Oh no, here comes the Stuka barrage. The Zis guns are moving up. Mortar gets hit as well as the conscripts. That was a weird line actually. I'm surprised he didn't go sideways looking to get the Zis guns. Suppose he doesn't have vision though. Let's actually see how much he sees. If we look at Barton's vision. So yeah, he didn't have the information of where the Zis guns actually were.
Yeah, it looked like his target is still actually not to take these 2 VPs. It looks to me like he's still trying to go for the cutoff, which would be, in a sense, devastating. But yeah, I mean, he does just need to work the Stuka a little bit more. I think the reason maybe why he had that line just there where he fired was so I think maybe he was calculating across the fire grid as to where one of the shots was going to land. Probably could have done it a little bit better, for sure. But yeah, 150 VPs left for Barton. Shadowwater could even out with a score of 1-1 here, which I don't think I was expecting this at all, considering how game 1 went. But we're now 30 minutes in, and again, Barton's just got to come up with something quickly. Shadowwater is more than happy to sit here for the rest of the game, cover 2 VPs, and secure himself for game 3. And I actually think he may get faction selection if he does that.
I wonder if we'll see Barton go for a second Stuka. Might actually be worth it. Then he runs the risk of an IS-2 just going in and killing everything. So it's hard to say what Barton could go for. It doesn't have the pop cap for a King Tiger. Probably doesn't even have the resources anyway by the time the VPs run out. So I don't think he has much choice here. He's eventually trying to push away at the middle the top VP. And he may get it neutralized, but I just don't see him ever holding it with only 2 squads of Volks.
I've got to say though, I do like this. He's using the Volks Grenadiers, he's overextending them so that he can get his Rakettenwerfers into a good position. And of course the conscripts are not going to run further to this I actually really like this. It looks like, and now we hear the Stuka coming in as well. This looks like it's along the line of the AT guns.
Nice.
So yeah,
That's
this could
better.
actually be good plays from Barton here at the moment. I think potentially, no, both Rakettans do seem to be still close. So this is dangerous. There we go. They start the fire. The half track goes down, providing the repairs. Rakettans, it looks like Barton's retreating them when he should be going up for this SU-85. But it wasn't a bad push from him. In all fairness, I think he got a little bit of ground on. I think he probably had a little bit of confidence that he can actually break this line. You know, with some good coordination with indirect fire and those Ostwins.
The Zis guns were reinforced, so Stuka barrage, it's got the health down. It's going to make it easier to wipe the Zis guns on the second barrage when it comes through. But we have the half track being rebuilt, so half track wasting no time getting that one back up, and it's such a clever way to deal with this. Hopefully he can float up some manpower and just keep the reinforcing happening. And Barton, he's on his way to a King Tiger. He's not that far off. It's 260 fuel. I can't remember the pop cap. I think it's 19.
Is it 280?
Alright, oh, it might be. I'm not sure. Certainly more than the IS-2.
Yeah, my worry actually is that he won't make it to that point where he can, but actually VP calculated, I think he will just make it in time, but it's a lot of pressure for when that unit comes out in the field. It has to instantly get dug in, but look at the Rakettans here. They are right on that SU-85. 2 shots connect straight away. He's trading Ostwins into the engagement. Will the Rakettans get another shot?
Half movement speed from the focus sight, but doesn't have the sight range for the Rakettans to get the second volley off, and thus it will survive. Ostwin gets scared away by the Zis guns as well. Once again, Barton trying to get this little VP, but there's still the Maxims suppressing them. Conscripts there holding the point. Might be worth getting the Molotovs just to give the Conscripts the extra VP deny, considering Shadowwater's pretty much pop capped, doesn't have much more use for the resources.
Yeah,
Barton building an MG.
I think, to be honest, I mean, I don't know about the MG. I thought actually maybe another squad of infantry may have been a good idea. Just because really... Oh, what was that about?
Oops.
Oops, indeed! Oops, indeed! I have no idea what that was about there. Unsupported.
I think the best play for Barton to make is get the King Tiger, drive the King Tiger into the base of Shadowwater, and then Shadowwater has to reposition all of his AT, and then the double Ostvins can go in and get the VP. Because once the AT guns are out of position, then the Ostvins can go in, force away the Maxims, force away the Conscripts, and then the Volks can actually get the VPs. So I'd love to see him do that, but getting the MG34... yeah, I don't know about that. He will be able to hold the VP much easier if he actually has the double MGs locking it down. If he gets the Volks to capture it long enough. This is one of the weaknesses of OKW, is they don't have smoke. If this was any other faction right now, you would just see them use the smoke barrage to cover the VP capture. We do have once again the Howitzer barrage, and the SU-85 could go down here. Main gun destroyed. Rakettans do get the kill.
This is a big play by Barton!
Whoa! The Zis barrage, the Stuka barrage gets one of the Zis guns down. Oscar's moving up as well here. The Maxims will get shredded, and the Rakettans are creeping forwards.
This is really, really good play here from Barton. Everything was timed perfectly then. The synergy was beautiful. Stuka delivering great shots, but of course AT guns are recruited at this point. Can the Ostwins do enough damage at this moment? Rakettans are still trying to get shots off to try and take down the half track. But it doesn't look like Barton is going to get out of this one. Engine snares. There we go. Both the Ostwins are down, but he has somehow managed to reclaim one of the VPs. It all comes down right now as to, can he get that King Tiger out on the field, and can he keep the pressure on with the MGs and infantry that he currently has on the field at the moment?
I think they both got the damaged engine from the same mine. It's a big shame there for Barton, because otherwise they could have just gone in for the AT guns and circled them around. Volks could get a wipe on the engineers. It does go down, actually. And the concepts are suppressed. Wow, that's
I'd seen Shadow had been laying a couple of them. I wasn't expecting to see it like that. There we go. The reinforcement half track's gone down to the Rakettans, and Shadowwater firing barrages to try and clear the MG out. Wipes the MG as well. Rakettans triggering even more tripwire flares across the VP. There must be hundreds of tripwire flares there, honestly. And this actually goes bad for Barton again, because he has just given away an MG, which is the last thing against this he really wanted to do. It was a good push, I have to say. That was well played. I kind of felt like the whole game was gearing up to that one moment. But here we go.
Without the King Tiger though, there was no King Tiger. I feel like if he waited 30 seconds, he would have been able to use the King Tiger, which would have been able to kill the AT guns very easily. Even if he was pop capped, he could have called in the King Tiger during the engagement as things got wiped. So the King Tiger now versus 3 AT guns, one of which Vet 3. Yeah, he's probably not going to have much of an impact with this.
Well,
I feel like this is
the Stuka's coming in for a big shot now, and
Yeah,
the King Tiger can do a lot of damage here. There's no other vehicles really on the field at the moment that are going to be able to contest this.
Wow.
No chance of the 85. There's the Stuka barrage. It's a big strike.
Every shot penetrated. Every single shot penetrated the King Tiger with Zis guns.
Wow.
What are the chances of that? I think it's about 48% per shot. To do the maths, it would not be a high number. A very low number.
Well, he does have the support package upgrade, so he's going to be able to repair this pretty quickly with help from the mechanized regiment that he has on the field. So hopefully that King Tiger can get back in. 75 VPs now. So he's got to make something work really, really quickly. And he's just so manpower starved. It's such a shame. You know, we've also got... Have you seen Jaeger infantry on the field once?
No. Actually, one of those Zis guns is Vet 3, which gives you extra pen, so that would explain it. But yeah, no Jaegers. I feel like... I don't know if they would have really done an impact anyway. Maybe sprinting them and then just infiltration-nading a Maxim can be quite effective at flushing them away. But... I'm sad because there was such a great push that may have just been a complete game winner if there was a King Tiger for support. Nice Zis barrage though. Yeah. Might get the Raketin too.
You are witnessing though the power of the King Tiger there. So dangerous, could be getting squad wipes. It's very fragile at this moment as to whether this will work or not. I've seen people calling in chat, Barton should just be taking this King Tiger down to Shadowwater's base. If he'd have had the Oswins, maybe there would have been something to that. But here we go, we're seeing the 105 Howitzer barrage come in again. This time not in a great position, I would say, not really forcing anything away. Could have used it much better to get rid of the AT guns. King Tiger is trying to take shots, but of course this is what we talked about in the last game. Elevation is a little bit of an issue here. Nice barrage from the Stuka though, wipes one of the AT, wipes the Vet 3 Zis, which is a very, very important win for him there. And I just want to remind everybody that Barton has won games before from much less VPs than this. We saw during ESL that it happened, so don't consider this game as over yet. Shadowwater is losing quite a bit of stuff and does not have the manpower to reinforce it at this point.
So Shadowwater not going for the IS-2. He could have gone for the IS-2, reinforcing his conscripts instead. The ISU has actually really bad penetration with the AP ammo, considering its reload time. So I wouldn't recommend the ISU for anything other than an anti-infantry role, or at least not against something with as much armor as the King Tiger. But the IS-2 can chase the King Tiger down. You can keep your vision up for the AT guns to keep firing. So that's probably the best thing that we can see from Shadowwater to close out his pop cap. But he's just reinforcing all his squads, which with such little VPs left is probably the smart thing to do. He can always fall back on the IS-2 if he loses map control and things don't go his way, but for now he's probably better off just trying to close this game out as best as he can.
What were the Raketins doing there?
I have no idea.
That was a really weird really weird play with the Raketins. I think he lost track of it there. Here we go though, Stuka Barrage is coming in. Will he be able to get this directly on the T-guns? Nice couple of shots there. Doesn't quite get the results I think he was probably looking for to make this push successful. Raketin goes down. That was a 6-man Raketin squad Vet 2, which was a bit of a loss, I think, for Shadow. But Barton is going to neutralize the VPs, so maybe a chance.
Okay, the Oswin's been called in. King Tiger, it's only about half HP. Maybe he'll try and finish off the Raketin and prevent it from being recaptured. Vet 3 Mortar as well is doing some pretty good damage. It's forcing away the Volks if they're that low. So the game, it's drawing out because the top VP is actually neutralized. And the Zis gun is recaptured. So that's the power of the half-track, is all these support weapons, they can just keep being recaptured. The Zis gun and the Raketin are both very low, so they won't survive. Actually, all three of them both of the Zis guns have no health, so another Stuka barrage should finish them off.
Well, we're going to have to see about that. Loving the repair time there on the King Tiger. Straight back into the fight. This is going to be a really interesting finisher to this one. We do as well have enough munitions for another howitzer barrage. And you can see how he's using the Raketans here to get sight for the Stuka. He may also be using it right now to get sight for the howitzer barrage. I think it'd be a sensible decision. Ghost capping the VP with one of the Raketans as well, knowing that he has the MG and the Ostman there. MG just manages to suppress, and Wada's going to try and stop the VP cap so that he can continue dropping these VPs down. 30 left at this moment. Very, very risky though. The King Tiger could have wiped a squad with a hitting shot there. Here comes the howitzer barrage. It's going to throw off a couple of Shadow's units.
Cons are pinned, they're no longer stalling out the VP. Will be neutralized now. The ticking has ceased, as the Raketan will have to retreat from this one. But yeah, the Cons are so vulnerable to getting wiped. Duka goes in for the Raketan and the Cons. Oh, he loses the Cons. There's two more Con squads though, and there's one squad in the base that isn't being reinforced. So I don't know if that's intentional or not. M5's rebuilt. Austin's going to be flanking around the side here. This Zis gun is very low, and even the Maxim crew is quite low. King Tiger as well doing some nice damage. The Raketan gets decrewed. It's only one Zis gun left, as the other Zis gun should go. You know what? The Austin's focusing the Maxim. Now only just refocusing the Zis gun, but it can circle this one for quite some time.
Things looking pretty tense here. Barton stopping the cap with his Raketan. There comes the King Tiger with some shots trying to neutralize those squads. Ostman has to be very, very careful. Shadow tries to get the shot with the AT gun, but didn't get the setup in time. Does he have sight here to get a final blow?
The Cons should get it for him. Oh no.
Don't think it actually went through there at all. Yeah, so here we go. Still neutral VPs. A bit of a chance for Barton. Shadow Wada's army is decreasing in size as Barton finally manages to turn the tides on the pop cap. It's actually heavily in favor of Barton at this point. But this, I mean, 27 VPs to 460 with 45 minutes into the game. It could be a long game.
Yeah, Barton does get the Raketan. Shadoward is looking for his IS-2. He has locked in the Armored Assault. He's also going to have access to the IL-2 when he has the munitions for it. And the Zis gun could go down to this King Tiger. He's going to be reinforcing it though. Both the Zis guns are firing at it. The Raketan's looking to get the M5.
Oh, Zis gun goes down though. Are we going to see the Stuka fire on the other one? Yes, we are. Deals a lot of damage there. AT gun very, very low. Will the King Tiger go in to focus this? Not sure. It looks like the Raketan's going to be ghost capping the center VP there. Final shot. It is being reinforced by the half track. This is tense. This is really tense. Shadowwater going in with the conscripts. Is he going to try and get 18-nade on that Tiger?
Yeah, he actually may get it here. He has them unlocked and he has the munitions for it. Another howitzer being called down. Damage engine on the King Tiger. IS-2 should show up any moment now to finish him off. There's a Raketan, but it's very weak and vulnerable to the Pintle on the IS-2. And the Zis gun gets forced away, almost wiped by that howitzer. Nice scatter there from the side. The M5 survived, so he still has access to that. And this King Tiger has to be repaired. Duka's got 58 kills! Yet only Vet 2.
Yeah, but that is a lot of kills for the time he's had it on the field. And again, you know, this is Shadow's been consistently grouped up on that area, so I don't think it's like too surprising in a sense. Loving these barrages, by the way, from the AT guns from Shadow. They've been really, really effective this game. It's surprising because you can see Shadow's army is all triple vet. He has done a really, really good job of that, I have to say. Wow, another wipe goes in, this time with the AT gun. Shadow's rushing back with the Aura to try and reclaim it. This is really tense, so Shadow's got to be very, very careful about how he plays here. Time is on his side, so I would really hate to see him you know, mess things up by trying to close these 27 VPs much quicker than he needs to.
Shadowwater is building a T-3485 rather than the IS-2. I'm not a fan of that. I feel like that's actually a big mistake. The thing is with the IS-2 is it has so much armor that Raketans are really inconsistent. IS-2s bounce the Raketan shots so easily, but the T-34 is a different story.
Raketans reveal themselves in a pretty awkward spot. Here we go, Conscripts and Flame Pioneers may remove it, they do. Gifted a Raketin once more to his opponent, that's an important unit as well, but...
M5 survives. Yeah, that's actually a big blow because the double Raketin is going to be very important against that T-3485, which is quite durable. Has enough health to take 5 shots of a Raketin. We'll have to use that King Tiger for AT as well. And that King Tiger has 44 kills. Still no Pintle though. It will allow him to wipe it much better. The double Osfins are ripping apart the Zis guns. 85's going in, but he can't stay here against the King Tiger. Maybe he'll try and wipe this Stuka if he can do it. Is there a sort of Volks nearby for a Faust? They're in the base, so a little bit far off. He may actually get an Osfin, but a 1-for-1 trade is not worth it here with Shadow Water desperately needing all the manpower he can get. He recaptures the Zis gun, but there's going to be Stern Pioneers nearby. King Tiger firing and it could wipe it too.
Wow, what a big hit from the King Tiger there. He's careering up the field with it again. Both players need to be very, very careful at this point about what they're doing. The Stuka comes in. Where is it aiming for? Look at the hits on that Stuka. It's squad wiping constantly at the moment. AT goes down. The T-3485 is trying to come back on the rear armor of the King Tiger now. Tense moments where... Oh, no! Loses the T-3485 to a Raketin from the back. The King Tiger will live, and Shadow just doesn't have anything really to defend against this. He is so desperately got to close these 27 VPs. Barton has become too strong at this point.
Wow. Still, the IS-2 is an option here, but it's going to be a lot of manpower away, and he is actually reinforcing. Shadowwater's going for the win here. He wants to try and hold the VP. There's 2 MGs, there's still 2 Osfins here, so his support weapons are so vulnerable. The Stuka's actually at Vet 3 at 76 kills. Isn't that the most insulting thing though, is congratulations Stuka, you have 76 kills, but you're only Vet 3. Better luck next time, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know how that's calculated entirely. I mean, it's done so much work. I would have expected that to be a lot higher, but I don't know what the calculations are for that at this point. Howitzer Barrage coming in, perhaps so that Barton can cap this VP, but look at this, Shadowwater finally with a full retreat. A full retreat. 50 minutes into the game, back into his base. I mean, Barton could go the whole distance here and just push up the next VP. It's totally... What a crazy game. What a crazy game. Like, it had been so static for ages. Barton looked like he would have lost it like a couple of times. And I don't want to say at this stage that Barton's won, because it's very easy, you know, that we've at least got like another hour of the game left at this VP train.
Don't remind me.
Do you know what I mean? This could go on for another hour if Shadowwater plays sensibly. So you know, don't call it just yet, because I don't think Shadow will want to leave this tournament. If I'm honest, he's got reputation on the line, but he has to be really careful.
Oh, this is smart.
Yeah.
Finally going the left side VP, something that we actually haven't talked about really the entire game. The left side VP has been completely uncontested. I think the reason why though is because anything that tries to rotate to the left VP is just going to get wrecked by the double Osfins. As soon as the double Osfins rotate over, now that there's the King Tiger to hold the VP with the double MG, he can just get the Osfin in on the retreat paths, wipe the support weapons, wipe the conscripts. Still, Shadowwater's going for it, which I think is clever because he's in a pretty bad spot and needs to pull out something. But if he gets the IS-2, then he can probably go for it. Maybe if he actually kept the T-3485 on the left VP, that would have been a better way of going for it. But now he could even lose the tripwire. He was clumped up so much to plant that, and the King Tiger one-shots him. Yeah, and the funny thing is the tripwire goes off.
I mean, I absolutely love that. This is a difficult one. The decision to go left is a very good one, but it should have been done ages ago. Wada never even tried to go over there, and I think that's because, you know, after what happened in the first game, he's been so scared of going outside of his territory. Like, he's had to hold those 2 VPs so securely, and maybe thought that it was going to be enough. He could have even taken a triple cap at some point, but now it's just allowed Barton to just stroll through this territory. Another huge Stuka barrage comes in.
Wow.
Shadowwater
just as the left VP is captured, the right one is neutralized, so it won't be any drain. And now we have an Osfin moving over, the third Osfin, in fact. There is actually a cloaked, no cloaked Raketin. It's only a the Maxim, so not a surprise. The VP is forced off pretty much instantly. Nothing to cap the VP, however. So that one we'll have to send over a squad of infantry, and that will be a triple cap for for Barton if he can secure it. Angoville is definitely an easier map to get a triple cap than what Lunga's is. It still can be hard though, but I feel like you have more of the option. Hopefully Barton doesn't get too greedy here though. He's going to be pushing up. There's SU-85 on the field, a really good unit against the King Tiger, the double Osphins, and he probably doesn't expect this here. He's going in for the kill. He will hit an AT grenade, and the AT grenade's actually on the Osphins rather than the King Tiger. That could have been a lot more effective on the King Tiger. SU-85 is going to be backing away. There's triple Osphins in the base of Shadowwater. Going to be able to kill all of the infantry, and howitzer strikes come down as well.
Yeah, huge late game plays here. Shadow trying to get something from tier 4, T-3485. In fact, not going to be able to get it at this time. The T-3485, sorry, the SU-85 is trying to do a lot of work here, but it has so much to do. The Stuka is going to be raining down as well. What a finisher, really. I mean, Barton is just trying to get Wada to surrender. He really is just trying to get under his skin right now. And I can tell that Wada is trying to resist this so much. You know, he is one of the people that absolutely like professes, you know, game strength mentality. And you know, I don't think he's going to hit the surrender button purely because, you know, that's exactly the image he wants to portray himself, is that he can come back from this. It's nice to see that he's got a couple of tier 4 units on the field.
85's on the field. He may go in for the King Tiger. It's very vulnerable. Raketten's in the base, out of position. The Volks are actually nearby though, so he could Faust the 85 or at least prevent it from going in. But that was, I think that play was greedy. I think that play could have very easily backfired. If the AT grenade went on the King Tiger, the SU-85 would have killed the King Tiger, and then the Osphins can be mopped up pretty easily here. The 85 is trying to poke away from the front. If it just goes in for a flank, it could seal the deal. It's obviously a very risky play to make. On the one hand, Shadowwater has so much VPs, so that you could argue he should be playing very safe and very conservative. On the other hand, he is so far behind in terms of pop cap and resources that maybe he should be playing more aggressively and trying to hope for a nice little engagement. Maybe he wants to get the IS-2 out and then go for a massive push with the IS-2, the SU-85, and the T-3485.
I mean, his combination of the 85s probably actually could do very well against what Barton has on the field right now. Certainly no doubt about that. I mean, the Ostwinds are going to struggle. The Stuka's not particularly brilliant against this. Raketten's really one of the big threats. You know, Raketten and King Tiger combination. But if Shadow can find a way around that, maybe by using conscripts for vision, he's actually going to go for another T-3485. So Wada is really starting to get pumped here. I think he's going to go for a play to try and finish this.
Barton needs mine. Combat Blitz. 85's actually repairing here, but he should be able to deactivate that one and back away. Demo! Oh, the Osphand didn't get hit by the demo there. That could have been devastating. Still repairing the 85, and the SU-85 is getting circled by the Osphand. Can you not cancel the repair?
No, it can't. You have to be out of combat. Yeah, so it's a really bad decision to actually hit the repair there, because as soon as combat is engaged, you can't move that tank. It is basically a sitting duck. He should have repaired that way back in his base, and he has certainly paid the price for that indeed.
SU-85's Vet 2 almost took out the King Tiger, doing some pretty good damage against the Osphins here. One AT grenade does connect. There's actually a T-3485 as well, so we could see the King Tiger go down. There's a Rakett in there for support. He's on for a hedge though, so it may slow the retreat down. There goes one of the Osphins here. This is once again maybe a little bit too greedy here for Barton. T-3485's going in for the kill, but the King Tiger's backing away. Raketten's going to be zoning the SU-85's one shot away from dying, but so is the King Tiger, whose tank will go down. 85 goes down, both of them. It's abandoned. The King Tiger survives. GG!
That really did get into such a good game. I was a little bit disheartened at the start of that, but that turned out to be a pretty worthwhile game at the end of that. Some huge plays. What a comeback for Barton. I can't believe he's done it again. Like, the last time we saw this was during ESL, where, like, playing against Jezelin's Calliope strategy as USF, and the way he came back was phenomenal, and the same thing has happened again right here. Slow, steady play, had a build order that he knew would work in the late game. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really good comeback there, and Wada's, I'm sure, going to be very upset with that.
I just don't know why Shadowwater didn't get an IS-2. Why not the IS-2? He was so tunnel visioned, I think, on I need to close out the game now. I need to mass reinforce all of my support weapons against a Stuka that's wiping me, against double Osfins that are wiping my AT guns, against the King Tiger. There comes a certain point when you need to stop relying on Zis guns, because the indirect fire can wipe them very easily. The King Tiger can wipe them very easily. If an IS-2 showed up, I think the King Tiger would have had a really hard time actually staying in the fight. The King Tiger is obviously better than the IS-2, but when the IS-2 has support of all of those AT guns, the King Tiger would have been zoned away. It could have chased it down if it got caught, if it was too low. Yeah, I just don't know why he didn't go for the IS-2. I think he was a bit too short-sighted in his reinforcement strategy. I loved how he went for that. The half-track reinforce, I think, was brilliant. But eventually, Barton countered that really well with the Stuka and with the King Tiger pressure, that he should have rotated, or rather, transitioned out of that and gone for some more vehicles, particularly the IS-2.
Yeah, one of the big things actually there was the non-picking of a commander until that must have been like 40 minutes into the game when Armored Assault came in, and I didn't really see anything useful come in from Armored Assault when he picked it. We didn't see the Sturmovik, we didn't see the IS-2s, only the 85s really for that selection. Could have been better off with guard motor, having those.
Mark Target would have been great.
Target would have been amazing. Even just the ability to button vehicles when you knew like the Ostwinds were going to be making those big pushes in there, could have been brilliant. So I do think that was a bad pick for when he did pick. That is unfortunate. But anyway,
the King Tiger would have gone down if there was Mark Tiger. There was a lot of cases there where the King Tiger barely survived, and with the Mark Tiger, it would have made a big difference there. I don't know, because I thought he was going to go IS-2. Maybe he wanted the IL-2, the strafing run, but didn't have it. But anyway, that was a fantastic match, and really well played by Barton. He didn't give up. He stayed in that one. He kept putting the pressure on, and eventually Shadowwater probably reinforced 3,000 manpower worth of support weapons. I wish I could see how much he actually spent on that.
When you look at the damage values for both players, like nearly 90,000 for Shadowwater. It was just an absolutely crazy amount. But if you are just going to sit in a position like that, we were saying this from the start, like indirect fire when you're at max pop cap and you don't have the counter for that can be absolutely brutal. So what I'm going to do now is just have a quick look at what else has been happening throughout the tournament, and then we'll have a look at what games are currently going on and available, and then we're going to give you guys the opportunity to vote again for the next game that you want. And then at the same time, we're obviously going to do some commander giveaways for in-game DLC content provided by Relic. So let's just have a quick look at what we have at the moment. So this is the current standings. Paul, I believe, quite quickly beat Fahu 2-0. So Jove and Paul playing at the moment. Von Ivan beat Brosras. A shame, because Brosras. It is a bit of an moment, isn't it? Like Brosras was really good, but not good enough for Von Ivan. Red Wings and Findeed, that game is still apparently going on at the moment. Nagano went through against Sochador. Quentin beating Burmy 2-0. I mean, these all look like 2-0 games. They look quite, do you know what I mean? Like the early stages look like we're seeing the invite players doing very, very well here. Helping Hands through against Easy. Still don't see the result for Price and Vindicate. I actually think that it would also have been a very interesting series there. To have watched Price versus Vindicate. I couldn't put my finger honestly on who is going to come out of that one. Love Nest Theodos is happening right now. Dev M.
Talisman Dev M.
Yep, I mean that could also be an option coming up soon. Does it actually show Talisman on yours? Maybe it's updated in the time I've been on this, but mine doesn't show Talisman as through. Does it for you?
Yeah, it said it was Talisman versus Dev M.
Oh, okay.
I feel like maybe
updated.
Jove versus Paul might be the best match.
Well, we're going to put it to a vote anyway.
Yeah.
But for the ones that are going on at the moment, you guys can see what's happening. Jeslyn and Von Aston also in a pretty long game there. So the ones that I'm going to put up as options for us to cast, we'll have Jove versus Paul as one of the series that we can cast, Love Nest, Theodosis, and Talisman Devem. All I'm going to do is you can vote for either Jove, Love Nest, or Talisman just to make things easy. I will set up the voting system like that. I'll do that right now.
Looks like we got a bit of time as well. The only game that I can see up is Dusty versus... The name is inconsistent, but I forget who that actually is. The brackets will tell us.
There we go, guys. You can vote now, so if you do want to vote for the next series that we cast, if you want it to be Jove versus Paula, just type !vote space Jove with the capital J as it came up on screen, and do the same thing if you want Love Nest, the same thing for the Talisman game. You guys can see on the brackets what games they are, and at the same time, I know you guys are already busy spamming your votes in the channel. I'm also going to open up the raffles as well. So we're going to do, I think we've had 2 games, so we'll give away 4 commanders right now to people. Just grab that on now. And okay, the raffle is open, and as I say, if you want to join the raffle, !raffle, and that is open right now.
We could also get our analysis man on. Blake, do you have anything to talk about that you think from that game? I think he's not. Wait, Blake, do you have any analysis to add?
No, mate, I've been playing League of Legends. Get him off of League of Legends.
Oh, shut up! I'm trying to play League of Legends. No, here we go. He's coming on.
He was actually playing League of Legends earlier as well.
That was before we were started, though.
Yeah. Hey, look at this.
I think you're in the cam there.
We've got the full GG team. It's like
yeah.
This is cool.
What happened, Blake? What do you think?
The analysis squad is over.
Yeah, the analysis cast Icon Hawk.
From the start, I certainly agree with your breakdown that the flak half track was a mistake. I feel that Shadow played really well in sticking to the right-hand side where there are tons of garrisons. 2 VPs, fuel point, munitions point. As soon as you saw that half track come out, he stuck to that right-hand side and didn't leave it. That was a really good play. Really delayed any strats coming out. Really stopped the effectiveness of that flak half track, which could have had some use on the left-hand side out in the open. But sticking to the 2 VPs was definitely the intelligent move. That Stuka was just amazing, though.
Yeah.
That Stuka was just perfect. It was brilliant watching the Stuka go to work, especially with the composition that we saw coming out from Shadow. You know, a couple of Zis guns, a few Maxims. I mean, how many kills did it end up on? Probably over 80, I'd say. So
yeah, if not 90.
Yeah, that's what broke the cap, 100%. Yeah. Short of that, I don't know whether I would have liked to see an IS-2 a little bit sooner than we saw one. Perhaps more of a commitment from Shadow into really making use of that fuel rather than having his composition rely on support weapons that are so vulnerable to the Stuka.
Yeah.
We could have seen some more vehicles come out from him. Changing up of the pop cap, there were certainly stages there where Shadow had the manpower and the fuel to go for other tech options, but decided to stick with his current pop cap, and that ended up losing him the game because he didn't lose the pop cap bit by bit. If you were watching, he kind of lost models, lost health on his Zis guns and his Maxims, and then eventually he just lost everything. The Stuka started wiping squads, every single barrage. The King Tiger showed up, and the King Tiger started wiping squads. So that's when the pop cap started draining, and at that point there really wasn't the manpower for Shadow to reinvest into tanks. So he should have done it preemptively rather than doing it reactively. But yeah, I thought it was just a fantastic game and an excellent comeback as well.
Well, one thing as well is that the Zis guns, they were never healed. They were only ever reinforced. So it got to a certain stage where every Zis barrage was just killing every Stuka barrage was killing the Zis guns because they just weren't being healed.
Yeah.
And then that allows the King Tiger to push and be very aggressive.
I agree with that.
How do you feel about an ISU? Do you think that would have been a better choice than the IS-2?
No.
No, I don't. Yeah, I agree with Stormless. I don't think so. No,
I agree as well. I just wanted to ask.
Maybe if we saw Shadow switching up his play, but it's just there are certainly elevation issues when it comes to the right hand side, and just no, I don't think an ISU would have worked at all. I think if anything an IS-2, but I don't think the ISU could have brought anything to Shadow's composition. So
yeah, it wouldn't have had the DPS and the penetration to force away the King Tiger.
Yeah, and of course ammo switching really comes into that as well.
Yeah.
Do you normally at this point you get the ISU as a dedicated, anti-infantry for anti-infantry use, or you can use it for anti-tank use, but given I think it's about a 10-second ammo switch time between HE and AP, you really don't have the luxury to easily switch between killing infantry and then try to kill King Tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Theodosius and Love Nest is up.
Good.
How's the vote coming through?
Well,
Thanks for
I
your
was
analysis, Blake.
just going to pop the votes on the screen for you. So we do have a clear winner at the moment. If you guys haven't voted, your votes actually may still swing this, so I would get that in like pretty darn quick if I were you. But I'm going to put the votes up on the screen. At the moment, there is a bit of a clear winner for who we're going to be casting the next series. It's going to be a good series. I mean, I think at this point, to be honest, like a lot of the series we'll be casting will be good. You know, that last one, it had some unexpected lull points in it, but the majority of the end of that was really worth watching, and I'm glad we got to catch that. Let's have a look at what went on. 1 second.
I'm just glad we didn't quit. If we got 40 minutes of the game, we were like, nah, it's over. And then we found out that he won. That would have been a bit of a shocker.
Well, here are the results. So only 18.4% wanted a talisman game, 30% for Love Nest, 45% want to see Jove versus Paula. So that will be the one that we cast, and I think that game's already running, is it not?
I don't see it.
Okay.
Do I? I should have Paul on my Steam though. Yeah, so I don't see it.
Okay,
All I
that's
see
fine.
is I see Love Nest and I see Dusty.
We can wait for that, no worries. And of course, while we're here, we will do the raffle draws as well. So the first winner of a commander is going to be Real Ape of the Year. Congratulations. I'll announce you as the winner in chat there. You're going to get a private message on Twitch. Next one we have is Infernum, and we'll announce him as well. He gets a private message too. This is the bit where my browser becomes full of tabs. Next one is Striker Path. Striker Path has won like 3 times in a lot of these streams recently. He won a pre-ordered Battlefield 1 copy on my stream. He's won something else as well, and now he's won here. So there you go, Striker Path. You also get one too. And the last one for the first series cast today, Grigor Samsa. Congratulations. You get 1 too, which is totally awesome. Okay, let me just get these tabs back in order. Back to the lobby. Raffle is now closed, guys, so no more raffling. We'll turn it off as well, just so that chat doesn't become excessively troll. What do you want to do? Do you want to wait a couple of minutes for the game? I could do with a bathroom break very quickly. I don't know if you want to take like 2 minutes, whether you want to stay on stream or whether you just want to take a very short break.
I'm trying to work out the penetration chance of the ISU against the King Tiger. So yeah, I'm happy to take a break.
Okay.
In the meantime.
Well, let's do that. It won't be a long break because I don't want to keep you guys waiting. There are games to be cast, and obviously you guys have voted for the one that you want us to cast next. So whilst we wait for that to show up, we're only going to be off for like 2 minutes. I just need a bite to eat, bathroom break, get some more water to drink, and 53%. Then we'll be
max range. 53% for the ISU to penetrate the King Tiger with a 10-second reload.
Paula's game is actually here, by the way, so it's going to be a very, very, very short break.
Okay, we'll load into it, I suppose.
We'll load into it, yeah, at least, so we can come straight back in. Tell me when you're in, and see everybody else in just a minute. Okay, we are back. We are back.
Welcome back.
Didn't realise we had the Company of Heroes music playing over the other scene music. I've still not figured out a way that I can do a combination of ways that I've got in my audio setup that I can mute in-game whilst still having the stream play that scene sound. It's very, very upsetting to me. Sorry about that.
Can't you just mute Company of Heroes via the sound like volume mixer?
I can, but I set it up so delicately for you and me that I mean I could
But
do it by the
you
Windows
click the
one.
mute without changing the slider, so you wouldn't affect the volume when you unmute it.
We can discuss this off stream. We'll come up with a way during the week for the next tournament.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Now isn't the time.
not at all. Scores are good. Scores are set at 0. 2.5 minutes until this epic game starts. Paula versus Jove. Let's have a little talk about the commanders that are coming in. So I'll kick it off with Paula. He's got Armored Assault Tactics. Very, very good choice. Just in general, very steady commander. Partisan Tactics. Both of these commanders he's got in his first 2 of his loadout both have Radio Interceptor, so we may see one of these commanders picked early on if he wants to get the benefit of radio interception from his opponent, learning his units and what's going to be on the field. And Lend-Lease Tactics. We've seen Lend-Lease Tactics used very, very well on this map before. Can be absolutely devastating. M4C Sherman, for when it comes in, can be very, very effective. I have a feeling it's going to be Partisans or Armored Assault. I think these combinations are much better, but we'll see what happens. I love being surprised. And give us a little rundown on Jove's loadout.
Can you unpause? Because it might be started
unpaused.
already.
It's
really?
one,
Okay,
1
for me
minute,
it
1 minute
says-
30 till the match begins. So
Right, okay. It says 4 minutes to me. So Jove has the Scavenge Doctrine, which we've seen almost every single time we've seen OKW played throughout the Warpaint Championship. It's just such a strong commander. In particular, the Ostwind is really good for that mid-game vehicle call-in. The Luftwaffe ground forces, I doubt we'll see that. Fallschirmjäger are nice, but overall it doesn't have any vehicle call-ins. Where the Elite Armored has the Sturm Tiger, which can work very well if you have a very campy playstyle. You rely on Raketens for AT and just pick off support weapons, pick off squads with the Sturm Tiger. No special operations, which is what I would expect to see instead of the Luftwaffe having access to the Command Panther. Again, is another option to have a call-in vehicle when you don't have the fuel to tech up. The meta in Company Heroes 2 at the moment for pretty much every single faction is call-in vehicles.
yeah, they do present like a really nice part of the gameplay where some people feel it's too overwhelming in some situations, but it is nice, if part of the game is slipping downhill for you, that you can just go into the call-in. And also there are some strategies that kind of promote more medium or light vehicle gameplay, like special operations you mentioned means that you don't have to go tier 4, and even if you do use tier 4 you can use it out on the field, and if you lose it, it's not a massive problem. You've got the call-in Command Panther. So it kind of maybe in some situations encourages, maybe a mechanized play where you can have more of the Lukes and the Stuka and things like that. So, call-ins, they do provide, I think, something good strategically, and also some nice diversity to the game.
Tier 1 for Paul.
Were we
And
expecting
I would definitely
anything
expect
less?
Partisans. It'll be Partisans to support the penal troops. Don't know about Sniper, not sure about M3. I don't think those units are very popular for Paul's strategy. No, he goes Armored Assault. Wow, okay. That actually surprises me, because this is such a good map for Partisans. You have so many garrisons to spawn from. Because it's not just the main garrisons that you hold. It's also all those little shacks, all those small houses around the map that you can spawn Partisans from, which you normally don't think about because they're not worth holding. They don't have enough windows to stay in, or they only have one door, so they're hard to go in, or they're just weak, they're wooden, so they die very quickly. But when it comes to spawning infiltration units, you have to bear in mind every single house is a threat, apart from the ones that are destroyed, and there's actually a few of them on this map.
Yeah, the Partisans, I've seen them on this map very, very effective, especially against OKW. But the thing with OKW is that you don't really I mean, at least when I've been playing OKW, and I've tried to put a lot more effort into the 1v1 arena, as have you. Do you know what I mean? Just to make sure that we're always tip-top up with current meta and things like that. And actually, you know, like I see a lot less of light vehicles now from OKW. I see a lot less options for things like the partisan tank hunters to pop out and do intense damage. You know, so in one sense, like I kind of think, for what Armoured Assault gives you in the late game, which is like some really good air support, you know, possibility in an IS2, and if you can have a good early game with the tier 1, which I expect we're going to see, you know, then possibly good tier 4 with that as well. I think that's really strong. You know, Partisans doesn't have that late game vehicle, which Paula may need later on.
Even the crew repair is a really strong ability in the late game. If you have a munitions float, you can keep your tanks tanks on the field for much longer than normal. So nice to have that. Pretty good engagement though thus far from Jove. The Penal's getting a fair bit of damage behind the heavy cover now. Gonna be racing for the house, but Jove won't give it away so easily. Stim Pioneers take that one back. Penal's trading it medium range. There's only one window on this side, so the Stim Pioneers won't do fantastically, but even then, the Penals want to ideally go a little bit further back to avoid the fully automatic close range damage of the STGs.
I mean, Paula lost a lot of health in that engagement. Penal Battalion's on the left side. I think he also had to cancel some barbed wire that he'd placed there, because he kind of ghosted it. And that's actually a really good thing about ghosting the wire, is that he was actually able to cancel it and benefit from the cover, rather than having built it completely, you know, and not being able to use it at all. So whether that was intentional or not, I don't know, but his utilization of it was good. Triple Penals. Okay.
Very strong. He's a bit vulnerable in terms of anti-tank. Since he's gone Armoured Assault, there's no guards, there's no partisan tank hunters. So a Panzer II rush could actually be very devastating here, especially given how much territory Jove has. He's been trading so well here. I think that's due to that house with the Sturm Pioneers. That's really wrecked the opener from Paul. If the Penals got inside that house, they could have just charged up to the Volks and won up close, or even just stayed in the house and trade max range. But how they were fighting around the Sturm Pioneers, it's been hard for Paul to really take any map control here. He does have his fuel point connected, but it's been cut off now, and doesn't have the munitions point, so it means it's not going to be... Not many flamers will be available here for these Penals.
Yeah, that'll be a tough point, is not having the upgrade there, especially for building clearing, because that seems to be all he has in the way of doing that right now. Interesting to see where he's going to go with this. He's only got the tier 1 available to him. Perhaps a sniper would be a good way of clearing out that building, just to constantly keep activity, you know, and fire rate on the units inside there. It looks like he will get some control over the left again. He doesn't seem to be paying too much attention to Jove's, you know, really far up the map tactics. In fact, he is going to connect his territory and link up with the VP as well. So, what is a rough early game? I think, you know, Paula knows how to deal with this kind of thing. Battle Grouper has gone up for the OKW, which has allowed an MG42 to come out on the field very, very quickly. And that's a really good, I think, decision against this triple Penal Battalion build, because he's going to be able to push up far with the Volks Grenadiers, and also just have that great suppressive power from the MG. Already got the STG upgrade.
Penals are bleeding so much manpower on these Penals. There's no medics. Oh no, actually there are medics now, so that's going to allow the Penals to trade a little bit better. MG34, yeah, it's a great counter to the Penals. However, you have to be careful when the Penals get vet too. They can Ura with the Flamers and do a lot of damage to the MG. Even if they throw a satchel down, then you can wipe support weapons that way pretty effectively. So we'll be the flak half track. I love this from Jove. This works very well for the same reason that the Panzer II does. There's a lack of anti-tank. And the problem with going the mech, which I would have liked to see, but it's risky because you don't have medics. And especially against flamers, you really want to make sure all your squads are at full health, because otherwise the flamers just kill so many models and make it hard trading against that. So by having the flak, it'll allow the Penals to... It'll allow OKW to force off the Penals and require an investment of AT from the Soviet player, but it won't deny the medics and even the ISG later on if Jove wants to go that route.
Yeah, I personally feel Battle Group just in general is a much more beneficial one to go. You know, even if it was a tier 2, like with Maxims, I much prefer having something like an ISG in support with some flexible, full health infantry than I would having the Lukes or Stuka. But this half track, I mean, again, it's a really good build against tier 1. It looks like Paula, has actually gone for tier 2 as well, so it's probably going to catch Jove off guard when this AT gun comes on the field, and I think he's probably expecting Paula will have stuck to tier 1, possibly looking for an early tier 3 with some good map control. That isn't going to happen, and Paula has made a good decision going tier 2 there. He's going to go for the AT gun. Really, I mean, focusing on just a small amount of units, the potential of getting high veterancy, and just using them very, very well. And we'll see how that works when the AT gun arrives.
Jove is probably expecting partisans, so keep an eye on where the half-track actually goes, because I feel like it won't go next to the house. There's 2 houses that he can't go deeply after, because if he overextends, partisans can pop out and kill them, which of course aren't a possibility now because Paul's got the armored assault, but Jove doesn't know that. All he sees is penals. It could be anything.
How are we going to see
this gun will probably give it away, though, that it's not partisans. We get sight from the house with the penals. Oh,
took a shot.
Vehicles.
No, because of the non-priority, actually took a shot at the church, and this gives Jove plenty of time to reposition the situation. In fact, the A half-track's going to get back in time to prevent a deep push from these penal battalion. This penal battalion squad. Very, very unfortunate there. Should have been on prioritized vehicles. I mean, the only reason that AT gun is on the field right now is to counter this half-track. So a little bit of a micro letdown there, I think. Paula doing a little bit of capping on the North VP. I like this. I like that he's trying to keep Jove occupied and at least moving. And then he's going to go, and I think as well, now he's got tier 2, I think he becomes a little bit more flexible. The penal battalions are going to be really, really good up front against the Volks. He may even get himself, you know, like a mortar that would be able to deal with the MG, maybe even provide smoke for those penal battalions to run in. Could be absolutely beautiful. So a lot of interesting things that can still happen here.
We have a Maxim from Paul, so probably going to be leaving that in the house to give him a good cover on his cutoff. Going to be much harder to take and hold that when there's a Maxim in that house. But other than that, the VP situation's really good for Jove. It's 500 to the 362 of Paul, doing so well as the OKW, who people generally assume isn't a very strong faction, especially against Soviets, and Jove is showing that it's very, very powerful. This gun actually getting decrewed as well, so even more manpower bleed. That's going to allow the flak half-track to be more aggressive, but it'll probably be recaptured by the penals.
Yeah, they're going to have to go for a recap on that soon, because of course the A half-track is looming around, and there isn't really anything else that is going to be able to help deal with this on the field. Not even conscripts, you know, like nothing like that. It's going to be able to even snare it, really. So the AT gun is very, very important. There we go, the engineers just snatched that up. I would like to see some mines, perhaps, from Paula. I don't know why we haven't perhaps seen those yet. I don't think, at least, that any have gone down yet. Let's just have a quick look.
I don't see any.
No,
yeah.
no.
It's a very munitions-heavy playstyle, the penals. You want to have 3 flamers, so it's already 180 munitions for all those flamers. So when you have mines on top of that, it can be quite expensive, but definitely worth getting the mines if you can. We actually have a shoe mine here for Jove of the South VP. Maybe there's some more around the map, but that's all I can actually see.
It's the only one that I've seen at the moment, and again, like the same thing as the flamers, all STGs upgraded, plus the support package for the Stern Pioneers. So it's pretty good. I mean, look at this though, Jove already going for his next tier structure. So he's having a really, really good game at this point.
Yeah. Volk's still trading well against the penals. Without the flamers, the penals aren't as strong. It's also been really impressive how Jove has pretty much always found the 2v1 engagements. The penals will generally win the 1v1, so if you can force the penals in a position where they have to trade against 2 squads of Volks, then that's obviously when you'll have a good situation there. Especially the Volks able to win the long range with the STGs. It's easy to disengage. If it looks bad for the Volks, they can then disengage and then engage back in. They don't have to charge up close like you would with riflemen or conscripts, where you want to get up close if you can.
I just, whilst these Volks Grenadiers get pushed away, I just want to address something that I've seen a couple of times in chat. For those people that don't know how observer mode works, the host is always 2 seconds ahead of the other person he's connected to. So it's not purely in sync. You will notice, yes, sometimes GG a little bit behind on the things that are actually happening on the screen. Not a problem though, because when it's the host, you know, the person who's on second, you're never going to be ahead of the action making spoilers. So it is something that is part of observer mode, and that's just how it is.
The other solution is you can try and sync it manually, but that's just too much effort and always ends up desyncing even worse. So it's much easier and stress-free to just roll with it. As we are seeing Jove roll around with a flak half-track. It's only on 0 kills, but I still think it's done a lot of work in terms of forcing the penals away. They've had to retreat quite frequently when they've been capping a point and just haven't been able to secure the cap. Right now, for example, can't cap the munitions point.
No, I mean, that's good. The use of the AA half-track is really good. The way that he's been picking his places to go on the map is just, like, really, really good, because it's creating so much pressure. And the nice thing, though, I think it's going to work in Paul's favour eventually, because at the moment he's just bouncing around with some infantry units. He's going for, like, triple caps as well. He's got units all over the map at the moment, microing them everywhere. Oh, that's something's just happened with my... Oh, okay, that's AVG. Okay. 1 second. And we're back in. Yeah, his units are going everywhere. So what's going to be really nice is when this tier 3 goes up, and if the AA half-track is, of course, caught out of position, moving left to right the way that it has done, then maybe it's going to be a really good opportunity for Paula to catch out the AA half-track like that. So it could work really well.
This is a very risk-reward spot for the Panzer headquarters. Where it covers the VP, it covers the cutoff, so it gives a lot of protection. However, it is pretty exposed. It can easily be taken out by 2 AT guns, whether it's through the middle of the map near the VP, or if it's actually slightly north of the church, or even near the munitions point. So Jove has to make sure he doesn't get mass retreated, because then the Zis guns can force him off, especially if we have Paul pull out a T-34 or an Su-85. So, as always, the Panzer headquarters, it's a very hard decision. You have to be confident that you have good map control and that you can hold the map control if you put it in such a risky position like that. But if you do, it's going to be much harder for your opponent to take that middle VP.
Paula is actually starting to lock down a couple of areas of the map now. I think he's possibly fearing the worst. The church is now being demoed, so anything that comes out of there or decides to push that and go into it. Equally though, with the ISG on the field, and now I know that the demo charge is built on the back of the church, but there is always that little risk, especially for where those mortars are, that an ISG could trigger that nice wipe there. That's a very nice wipe.
The clumping of those mortars was not going to end well against the ISG. Did not have them clumped up like that together. Definitely want to space them out.
Interesting.
Jove is playing this so well.
He is, yeah.
Do you see the south? He had the MG, and then he had the Volks that were behind the truck there with the heavy cover. So the penals tried to flank with an URA, but they had to charge through the Volks with the STG that was just gunning them down. So it's really nice to see Jove. He's not just leaving unsupported MGs. He actually has the Volks nearby, especially when you have squads that have URA. It's very easy for your MGs to get caught out of position.
If you just look at the position of that MG and the actual flank point that goes north, he's put a shoe mine there. So I mean, even if they were going to URA up, you know, and try to avoid the Volks, they're going to get hit by that mine. And it's just really, really good, like, positioning. It's one of the things that's always impressed me about Jove is it's just how good he is with things like that. There is so much thought into those bits of positions. And there we go. Look, he moved the MG away. He's straight back in the same place, probably expecting that... Oh, actually, no, he's going to move into a little bit of a different area, which is nice.
Well, Flak Half-Track's not too happy. Pushed around the MG for whatever reason. Unless he did it for some mad exploit that gives him better squad spacing. Is that a thing? Or is that just lucky?
I don't know. I mean, normally you see the dots on the ground, you know, and you can actually position things, but there is a bit of a negative here, is that that guy at the back would have to run forward to the gun. Oh no, actually it's going to teleport.
No, only Maxims do that. Only Maxims and just for whatever reason. Nice use of the smoke allows the like half track to get away from the Zis. So still a triple cap on. Paul, 120 VPs left. Jove hasn't lost a single VP. This could be a clean sweep.
I mean, that would be absolutely devastating if he can clear this game 500. I mean, it's a guaranteed faction selection if it does go to a game 3, and you know, it's just absolutely devastating for Paula as well. It has to go into game 2 as Axis, which typically people believe to be on the back foot at the moment. It's going to be very, very difficult. But, you know, it's early days. We just saw what Barton did. You know, Barton came back from a situation that was invariably worse than this. So, you know, maybe Paula has it in him. Double mortars, not sure if this has really worked for him. The ISG has been a really good counter to this, and I have to say that Joe's been using that very well. But I haven't really seen these mortars pick any, you know, specific targets at the moment that I'm impressed with. They just seem to be firing randomly on the field almost, and not really doing anything significant.
We do have the Obers here for Jove. Looks like he's going for a Panther rather than a Panzer IV. He has the resources, almost. A nice one to ran out of his composition as well. He has 72 pop cap here, so he can still afford the Panther even after getting his Obers. So it's a nice mix. He has infantry, he has MGs, he has a Raketten. I mean, maybe he doesn't have enough AT because Paul didn't actually go for a light vehicle, only just now getting his tier 3. So probably a big mistake here for Paul is that he didn't go for a T70, didn't make any attempt for the light vehicle plays, which is generally so important at forcing away Axis squads, even wiping them very effectively with how much damage and AoE the T70 has.
I absolutely love this play from Jove. He's trying to cut off the Maxim on retreat there, and you can see him constantly bouncing the Minesweeper upgrade on and off as he's running. It's just really, really nice. You know, if he's anywhere maneuvering that he isn't sure of, Minesweeper's on, and then trying to cut off, switches it off, tries to get that extra bit of damage on the Maxim to try and clear the squad. Although now we've got what I think is a counter push from Paula, but it's instantly negated by the tier 4. He has, however, spotted some mines that are laying in the center of the map, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful now. How he decides to minesweep this, whether it's with mortar fire, that seems to be what he's doing at the moment, it is very difficult. But just have a look what we've got in the build order. T70 versus Panther.
19-minute T70. That awkward moment when your opponent almost has a Panther before your T70. I just don't understand why people got the T70 this late. Maybe he was thinking he could actually just go for an IS-2 straight away, but then realized that no, he didn't have the command points for it. Maybe he wanted to go for a T-3485, but then realized it would take him too long. I don't know what his thought process is. With the T-70, he could get some nice wipes now. He would definitely get the MG. Maybe the Zis Barrage was not actually a good idea because it scared away. Oh, T-70 hit the mine. Oh, never mind.
Very cheeky. Well, it smells of desperation now, but Paula's trying to attack 2 VPs at the moment. Going for the wipes there. Needs to focus on actually getting this. We're coming down to 10 VPs now within 20 minutes. This is it's a bit brutal. It's absolutely brutal. I don't think I've ever seen Joe brutalize a player like this before in the first round of an open tournament.
I think he'll probably survive this. With 1 VP maybe. 2, yeah, he survives. 2 VPs. And actually, no, Jove may lose his perfect sweep. That'd be sad. Aww.
Well, not yet. He hasn't gone for the cap yet. It's a couple of
South's
seconds
been captured. He will get a couple of points off. But the North VP flanking with Obers and the MG34 suppressing the Maxim there. So definitely going to be the end of the game here. But at least a bit of a confidence boost for Paul. Not quite the perfect 500-0. Actually, no, T70 the North. So Paul's putting up a pretty fierce fight. He has the Maxim nearby as well. At the south is going to be a Panther. Has the Pintle, so it can force away the combat engineers. And Paul, he's not that far off getting his IS-2, so maybe if you can hold the South VP, the North's pretty easy with the T-70. Well, no, it's actually rotating down to the South, so maybe he will lose the North.
Yeah. You know when you say like not far off the IS-2, I mean he's got a lot to put up with whilst reinforcing. I think you're still a couple of minutes off that.
Yeah.
If I'm totally honest, but yeah, the decap's coming now on all 3 VPs. This is going to be over very, very quickly. What a first game by Jove, though. I think a lot of people are probably going to want to download this replay and just see. I would recommend for people to do that if they're struggling with OKW. It's really nice to see in tournaments when 2 players who are top players and one of them can stomp like this with a faction that is in some ways widely regarded as being underpowered at the moment. And you know, there's some of those really strong points there. The Stern Pioneer rush at the start, you know, rushing to a focal point on the map where he could just really distract Paula's tier 1 build, prevent that from kind of getting into a situation where he had map control and was getting a quick tier 3. Like, he put such a stop to that. It was absolutely beautiful. Everything up to the teching, the order in which he managed to get the STGs up so fast. STGs out before Flamers. Like all of these, really he was just so far ahead in tech, and it's going to be a great replay there. You know, do we think Paula did anything specifically wrong that caused that to happen at the start of the game? And
he didn't build a T-70 until 19 minutes.
But I mean, before then...
Well, yeah, not really. I mean, losing that house was unfortunate. It's not really a misplay. It's just didn't prioritize it. Was prioritizing other things. And CoH2, it's so momentum based that if you start to struggle in the early game, you get forced off, you lose your engagements, you lose a map control. Doesn't matter what faction you are on what map. It's just so punishing to recover from, because it's not just the tech, it's not the upgrades, it's also just terms of the cover and the positioning. If you're trying to attack someone that's behind heavy cover or is in a house, it's just so hard to actually engage efficiently, especially if they have superior upgrades, they have the STGs, if they have mines down, if they have vehicles down. So many times we'll see one player fall behind in the early game, and it's really hard to recover from, unless you get some cheesy wipes with the T-70, which is normally what you see from the Soviets. Then, then things don't go well for you. I also feel like Armored Assault was not the best choice there, because there was no answer to the flak half-track. He built the Zis gun, but the Zis gun, it doesn't counter the flak half-track. The Zis gun is please go somewhere else, and then the flak half-track goes somewhere else, and you go, okay, damn. Whereas with the Partisans, with not so much a T-70, but at least with something like a Stuart or an AEC, you can reliably kill the flak half-track. So I think this game goes to show why, if you go penals, you generally see the Tank Hunter Partisans or even the Guards.
Yeah, it's always one of those things with Armored Assault. Anything that has radio intercept, you really kind of at least have the temptation to select it right away to get that benefit. And he had his choices, he made his choice, and instantly from the game, like the start of the game, he became on the back foot then. And I actually think like even there should have been something with Guards in. I would have preferred either Guard Motor or Partisans, as you say, over that. But I think he didn't even have Guard Motor in there. He had Lend-Lease, I think it was.
Yeah.
So
you gonna reinvite me?
Yeah, I will. So I mean, not even putting Guards in there at all, and fair enough. You know, it doesn't always become a necessity against OKW, but if you're coming up against Austere, for instance, I think you'll always want Guards in your loadout. Where are you? There you are. GG the machine. There's no raffle yet, guys. We're doing a raffle at the end of every series. Are we going into game? You want to go into game 2? Are there any doubts about this, or are you?
I'd like to see game number 2. I think it's very unfair to write Paul off as saying, well, Jove is a better player. I would say he probably is a better player, but I think that game doesn't represent the skill gap. I think it's much smaller than that game would suggest.
Do you want to just have a look at the factions they're playing in game 2 and then just reevaluate whether you think...
Jove is US, Paul is Wehrmacht. I mean, we could do Love Nest versus Theodosius, but I'm keen for Jove and Paul again. I think that was interesting. Or there's even Devon versus Talisman I'd love to cast as well.
am a little bit tempted to go into that game. If I just check with the people who are doing tournament moderation right now, and just see if they're on their game 1 or if they're on the second game. So give me one moment. Which game are on? Flux, I know that you guys voted. I saw a lot of people in chat actually saying that it should be changed, and actually, Jove, who is like top player in CoH2, he's playing USF in this next game. Paula's playing Austere. I can see that going downhill quite quickly.
Yeah, I think we'll see more of Jove in the next week or the coming weeks. I feel like this could be one-sided, especially because
I want to say I want to say that we gave that a chance. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I thought like we did open it to vote, but you kind of have to. We want to make sure we're casting like the best games as well, and that was a stomp. That was a near 500 VP to 0 stomp. So yeah, we're going to go do the Devem Talisman game. Kirahi's just getting back to me right now. I'll load in anyway and just change the scores if we go in then. 40% voted love Nest. Give us at least a chance. You make a valid point, but I think we have a chance to catch a series from the start here.
Yeah,
this kind of thing is hard to do on the fly. Do you know what I mean? We just have to make a choice, and we're going with this one. Also, Talisman and Devem, 2 huge names here that can get knocked out in this game right here. So this is another important series. To be honest, Talisman was one of the strongest newcomers during ESL. In fact, he was probably the name that everybody remembers as an unknown that became a known. And Devem, of course, is just a not so much active but very present heavyweight in the community.
Highly ranked at the moment, top 10 for Wehrmacht and US.
Yeah, so we'll do a little check, as I say, just to see. Oh, actually, let me take you off of this just while I open the Steam overlay. Game 1. Okay, sweet. So the scores are right. So anyway, Talisman playing as the Soviets, south side of Crossroads, and we've got
I love
here
Crossroads.
Soviet industry tactics. Great, love to see that in a 1v1. It'd be amazing. Guard motor, of course, standard one. Armored assault, which we saw before. We'd probably expect to see that picked fairly quickly. Although he's going for a conscript build, which makes me kind of believe Soviet industry or armored assault is on the cards there. Devem, mechanized assault doctrine, of course. Tiger, Stug ease, we love it. Mobile defense in case you need it. And lightning war. Lightning war, my favorite Austere commander.
Me too.
Yeah, just one of the most fun things to use. I mean, when you get to that late game and you got the planes rolling in and the tigers driving in and everything is just so cool about that doctrine. G43s as well. Phenomenal. Love those.
Even tactical support, it can make a big difference between landing a Faust or even the Pigrens getting the last volley off of Shreks. It's also, you don't expect it.
Well, do you know, actually, I used it in that game I played against you. You know, the one that was casted. I used it to get around your Maxim, and it was. It's probably the first time I've ever used tactical support properly, but it really worked. You know what I mean? It kind of like got some good field advantages there. So
I love seeing Soviet players conspam. Such an aggressive play style that you really have to micro. I think conscripts are the hardest units to blob with compared to other factions and mainline infantry, because they don't have any upgrades. So you don't have that max range attack move LMG playstyle. They're not really good at wiping things either, so it's a lot more tactical than what some of the other factions can be. Sniper very early on here, actually maybe not a good choice. Conspam is a very good counter to the sniper. Because you use the URA, you have a pretty good damage against it. That being said, the Grenadiers are going to be zoning away the conscripts, but even with the sniper picking away, the conscripts may win this fight.
They've been stayed in engagement for a long time, and not that I disagree with his decision to retreat when he did. However, it's going to force him into getting a medical bunker up maybe a little bit sooner than he would have wanted, because that is going to be a low health squad, even with the reinforce. Typical of DevM to go for the sniper. I wonder if that's part of the reason why Talisman has gone for 4 conscripts. 4 conscripts is a build that used to be heavily associated with armored assault, and again, I think that could still be a possibility. Really depends on what we see from DevM, but we have 2 players here that are probably going to be playing with some call-ins and heavy on the infantry. May even see 4 Grens come out. I'm not sure.
Your Grenadier squad is ready.
This is a very open map, and there's a lot of flanking opportunities. So we definitely could see some very wide flanks from the conscripts. See where the sniper is now. If there's a single squad of cons that are along the side, that sniper has to be very careful. Once again, the Grenadier is going to be outnumbered here by the conscripts in very late retreat. One of the typical DevM maneuvers is the very late retreats, which seem to actually work.
Do you know what I really wish, and we see this from players all the time, you know, I actually get the feeling if Talisman had just stopped his squad turn and let them take shots, you know, they're a little more accurate when they're standing still. When you're running, you don't have that same accuracy, so you can actually have more chances, I think they calculated, of squad wiping when you're standing still, rather than, and actually I think Desper did something on that, didn't he?
No, it was Tightrope.
Was it Tightrope?
Yeah,
so, yeah,
it was
I mean,
one of his tips and tricks videos.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, especially against a player like DevM, who is going to be retreating late with basically no health. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're just getting by on one limb, basically. You know, it's a great thing to do, to actually just hit S on your keyboard and let your squad get some high accuracy pop shots off. And I think they may have had a chance of taking that squad whilst it was retreating in red cover.
Yeah, so long as it's bolt action rifles, it's very important that you obviously want to be chasing. If you have Stern Pioneers, or if you have bars that have good fire on the move accuracy, or have a very drastic drop-off in terms of the damage. But for bolt-action rifles, which is basically all of your frontline infantry apart from rifles, then standing still seems to be the better choice, unless there's a shot blocker that prevents you from getting that one off. Sniper's taking a bit of damage, so it is vulnerable to getting one hit by a mortar. It's also just more vulnerable to cons killing that one. So if you can wound the sniper, then it's very hard to play aggressively with the sniper if you have to be careful or get it back getting flanked or getting one shot by a mortar. We actually had a demo on the field point that got detonated by the Pioneers with the sweeper.
On the fuel point? Oh, so it was a very early one, actually.
Yeah. Don't expect it a lot of the time.
Not at all.
One advantage of going cons instead of the penals is that you have more munitions. Since you're not going for the flamers, you're not going for the DPs on the guards. Unless you go Molotovs, of course, but you don't normally see that early. We do actually have the AT grenades. So Talisman expecting there to be a 222, which is a very sensible prediction. It's a very common unit, especially on a map this open. It's very strong.
What always surprises me is DevM's ability to kind of command the battlefield, even though he's using single squads kind of on his own against the allies. This is normally somewhere where allies would have an advantage, but he's using it really well and kind of making sure that those conscripts are never in one position where they can orchestrate a devastating flank or even just get a line on the sniper. So I really like that DevM is still keeping his units spread out. He's still microing engagements very well, aside from the late retreats. You know, he's managing to really make things difficult for Talisman, and you know, it's been a while now actually since Talisman has built a unit, and I'm wondering where this has gone. He's actually gone quite quick into tier 3, so we're going to see, I believe, the T70 pop out quite fast.
He went medics, AT grenades, and tier 3, so
yeah.
A lot of tech investments there with only 5 squads. I love how DevM, as you say, he's keeping the sniper very safe. It's pretty much always escorted by a squad of grenadiers, which prevents the cons from just oorahing in. So Talisman, he has to play a bit more cautiously around that, and as a result, pretty good manpower bleed. 15 models down already. That's 300 manpower. That's more than a conscript squad.
Yes, it's certainly going to be paying for itself. 15 kills in 7 minutes is over the 2 per minute you normally see come into effect at around 20 minutes, so Whenever I always see like a lot of high players play, normally around 20, do you know what I mean? Like 15 to 20 minutes, you start seeing that double has come in. To have that early on in the game, and as you say, like with all of the teching that Talisman has done, I don't know why Talisman has done all of that, because he's done it kind of preemptively of a light vehicle rush from DevM, and of course DevM hasn't taken that bait. He's gone heavy on infantry, and he hasn't gone for the light vehicle at all. So those AT nades are already pretty void. Hasn't had any chances to use the Molotovs really, because there's just not that many support weapons in the field. So
He hasn't unlocked the Molotovs though.
he hasn't done the Molotovs. It's just the AT grenades.
I said he went medics, AT grenades, and tier 3.
Okay. So I mean, it's still for the same. They're not needed at that point. They could still be efficiently upgraded when he sees that vehicle come on the field. I wonder if we'd be better off with another squad.
Well, it has a T70 on the way, so already having that T70, I love how Talisman, he had the timing down pat. He had about 10 fuel, which is still pretty good. Much better than what we've seen today, where we've seen 70 fuel, 80 fuel, or the 17-minute T70 last game. So having that T70 out ASAP, very, very powerful. Will be a pack on the way here for DevM, already actually hit the field in a nice spot as well, in the middle of the map. Covers the flank of the MG, I love that, because you would expect the T70 to go very aggressive after the MG, try and cut it off on retreat. Oh, the Telemine! What? Barely survives that one. Going after the pack. He may back over it now, though. Oh, wow. And there's a flamer there as well, so there's no sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, this is this could be a bit of a breaking moment in this game. Is he going to miss it by a skin again? It's just...
Oh, no, I can't watch all this. Oh dear.
He's discovered it. I think he's got the minesweeper.
Watch the sweeper. The sweeper popped, and the T70 is, oh lordy. I survived that one. Gets hit by the pack though, but he should be fine. He pops the repair just in case.
I don't think
didn't get hit.
Talisman has any idea how lucky he was then. He must be thinking like, how close was I to that? Very, very unfortunate, but great idea from DevM. That nearly became an excellent play, but equally Talisman, with the game knowledge to realise that he should have a minesweeper on the field, and that really did just save him a pretty crushing blow.
Vet 2 on the sniper though, so it has been doing a lot of damage, but snipers have always been the case of very good manpower bleed, but not necessarily always territory. Not good for being aggressive with. As a result, DevM goes for the mobile defense, calling in that Puma. T70 is very aggressive on the right side, forcing away the MG, the Pioneers. So Talisman has great control of the map. Maybe a little bit too deep with his T70 here, as the Puma will show up, and the pack as well on the side. This T70 will go down.
Nice, very quick choice there of the mobile defense straight into the Puma. And again, I didn't really feel like DevM has been on such a point in this game where it was like a reactionary mobile defense. I think he's actually genuinely picked it because he feels it gives him an advantage. I like to see that, actually. I like to see this commander.
Well, he has no fuel.
Yeah, no, but he hasn't had the worst map control that would normally require this commander to be selected. But it was a good match for the T70. He's already got the AT gun, so I didn't really feel like it's necessary when he could just dominate one part of the map. But I think because he's spreading out so much, maybe it's effective for him.
The other great thing about these AT grenades is the Puma's going to have a harder time being effective. Even the T70, it was unfortunate timing that he went for such an aggressive play, where normally if there were cons anywhere nearby the T70, the Puma couldn't go in aggressively. But despite losing that T70, Talisman's in a fantastic spot. He has his armored assault, so he's going to have access to the T3485, which we'll probably see him go for. Double fuel especially. Could even lose the Puma here. Plenty munition. There's going to be no shortage of the AT grenades. There's nothing nearby to defend. There's just a Pioneer squad. Another squad there looking for the AT grenade. He pops the smoke. He can just dive through the smoke. Oh no, he doesn't. He would have got suppressed by the base bunker, but he probably would have got the AT grenade off anyway.
Yeah, it was a good use of the smoke actually. Of course we have bunker protection, so yeah, good play there from DevM. Nearly lost it though.
Gotta be careful with the half health squads with that snipers nearby. When it has the incendiary, like now for example, if he loses one more, this could be a wipe. If the Greens get the kill, then the incendiary will get the follow up. No, he survives this one, but pretty good unit preservation from DevM. Hasn't lost any squads yet either, so he has no territory, but he still has a lot of resources. Doesn't actually have any LMGs though, which is strange. He has 240 munitions, and yet no Grens have the LMGs. I guess it doesn't suit his playstyle. DevM's such an aggressive player. The LMGs can't fire on the move. They're pretty bad at close range. So I guess he just wants to keep the Grens with those LMGs, but without the LMGs. But the thing is with the Grenadiers is their veterancy is actually really bad compared to conscripts. Conscripts at Vet 3, it's such a massive boost. And it evens out because the fact that Grenadiers have the LMG where cons do not. But if you have Vet 3 vanilla Grens versus Vet 3 conscripts, it is not a fair fight.
A sector has been cut off.
Yeah, it's an interesting one though. Like, you say about the LMGs. I don't think I've really seen any of DevM's units standing still for long enough that an LMG would actually set up and be effective. So yeah, it kind of makes sense. This is why I was hoping though we would see something like Lightning War, because I've always felt like Lightning War would be such a complementary commander to DevM. You know, the G43s with his kind of playstyle.
And sprinting as well, yeah.
You know, could be absolutely beautiful.
I'd love to see that.
Right up his street, but no, prefer the mobile defense. Clearly believes that the tier 3 from Soviets is too overpowering.
Still no tier 4 yet from Talisman, so maybe he will just go for the IS-2. He has plenty of choices here. He has the entire map, despite having no vehicles. Sniper in a bit of an iffy spot here. He should be fine though, not a long retreat path, but he's actually just saving, trying to buy time for the MG to set up and start suppressing. But a nice Ura, he will flank the MG. Now he's even a worse spot for the retreat path. He has to retreat through the conscripts, but he can't commit to the sniper because the MG was setting up. So nice reposition of the MG. Actually saved the sniper there.
Yeah, I was surprised like that he didn't at least still try and take the sniper. I would have thought he may have had a chance of still getting that. Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice decap. The decap is great. Command Panzer 4 just hits the field, and this is going to be pretty brutal against the conscript build. But fortunately, Talisman backing it up with 2 AT guns. Should be keeping it at bay. And just look at the VP at the moment, the VP lead. So Talisman is having a really, really good game, as to say.
Demo on the fuel point, as well as the cutoff on the right side. There was actually a Gren squad over the demo, but of course, no vision there, no white. Yeah, so the Panzer IV, it's gonna be nice, but he has to be careful with his guns. And only having the Puma and the command Panzer IV, it's going to be a little bit difficult here, I think, especially with all this conscript. Moving in for the AT grenade now, should be able to kite away with the command P4, missing all these shots against the Zis gun. And we actually now have the LMGs on the Grens. It's nice to see.
Don't know if DevM actually managed to get out of that. The AT grenade does actually connect. I think the Panzer IV was actually struggling to get through that part of the terrain. So there is definitely a chance his AT guns could close in. Fortunately, the engagement in the center went quite well, so DevM is allowed to pick off AT gun crew members with the sniper with no real threat at all.
45 kills on the sniper. It's basically Vet 3 at this stage. But still, the map control, it's not here for DevM, and he's holding on for now, but the moment Talisman pulls out the IS-2, or even a T-34, then I don't see this game going very well. Demo on the left field may go off on the Pyos. No, he sees it, and he backs away. Even the Puma could get hit by the Demo. I don't know if it one-shots the Puma. It probably doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not confident on whether it would actually give a full destruct. But at least it's there, like, you know, I bet that's going to be quite prominent at some point during this game. Maybe even the sniper could end up getting demoed. But I think, like, it's in a good spot. It hasn't been spotted by DevM, so you know, it's very good bait potential there. I think he's actually trying to bait it now. It looks like he may...
Oh, okay. This is actually game number 2. Devon is one game up.
Demo goes off, Sniper's dead.
Wow, you called it.
Yeah, I think like
he knows what's up.
You could see that was going to happen though. Like that was a very good bait, to be honest, as well. DevM didn't clock onto that at all, which he should have done.
The sniper, I think, was the only thing keeping DevM in this game, and with that Vet 3 sniper down, I don't know what DevM has left. He has 3 Grens, and they have some good veterancy. They have LMGs as well. But this is really interesting. We actually have a fresh squad of conscripts. A Vet 0 squad late in the game. We may lose it to the LMG, but that Zisparad got a nice shot.
The enemy is attempting to steal our sector.
I would have gone for a T-70 because he has the feel for it, and it wouldn't take away from the IS-2, and the fact that a T-70 costs less manpower than a squad of conscripts, which is actually crazy. I mean, it has to obviously be careful about the Puma and the pack, but you can use the T-70 very defensively. You just keep the T-70 within the range of one of the Zis guns, and then just prevent Grens from actually capping any points.
It could be a good unit. The other one as well, of course, it does keep the Puma occupied, bouncing left to right. So T-70, yeah, it could be a good choice. Do you think what do you think it's going to be? Do you think he's going to tier 4, or do you think he will just jump into the
Talisman?
IS-2? Yeah.
If he was going to go tier 4, he would have done it a long time ago. It's way too late for him. He wouldn't have waited this long. He will definitely be IS-2. AT Grand will connect on that Panzer 4. A little bit delayed though by the models getting dropped. As for DevM, it'll probably just keep being Pumas at this stage, unless he has Battle Phase 2, which he doesn't. So he's just going to be a little bit stuck here, only just now getting a field point, but he won't hold it for very long.
We are losing a sector.
I wouldn't say it looks completely stable for Talisman at this point. He's going to come on to quite a heavy late game pretty soon, which is very good for him. Devon probably has the pressure here. He's going to need another Puma, I think, 100%. I don't think he's going to survive with an AT gun and a Puma as his only real defense mechanism against that. Partly just because he's outnumbered in infantry. You know, I don't know if he's going to be able to swing that. That being said, though, he does retain very good control with what he has. Everything's quite high vet.
Our lines of supply are disrupted.
You know, there's no real holes in his army. Actually, I think it's just that Talisman has something bigger on the field, but nothing really to say that Devon won't.
Yeah.
Can't cope with this.
The IS-2 has arrived. Only one pack, and we may see a second pack come out, maybe even Shreks come out instead. One pack won't cut it. And looking for the Zisgun attack ground over the hedge. There's no cons nearby though, at least within range of the Puma, but he will get one off on the Panzer 4. IS-2 may get a couple of shots off from the pack. And actually, Grenadiers for a Faust. This could be deadly for the IS-2. He will barely get out of the range of that Grenadier squad, but that's... No, what? He's getting caught? Oh, man. No, he connects. The Faust connects here. Very bad opener for the IS-2.
And of course, as soon as that Faust comes off, AT gun moves into position, supported by the Puma. Vet 3 Grenadiers are going to be able to deal with that AT gun should it try and stop the Puma from getting involved here. But this is very good. Sniper trying to gain some sight here, maybe take some pot shots for the conscripts as they come in. Great support from the MG gun in that house. Look at that double suppression from that house. The range of that is excessive, but it's just absolutely beautiful pinning at long range there. IS-2 looks like he's struggling to get back to base, and I don't know if Devon's going to feel confident enough to push, but it looks like those vehicles are mobilizing. Could we get to see a play of the game here?
Maybe we will. That was such a catastrophic failure of a push there from Talisman. He's a lot of manpower bleed there. His IS-2 got caught. Oh man, it was such a great timing for him with the IS-2 with a damaged engine on the Panzer 4, but it just didn't go to plan at all. But very well played from DevM. Building a second pack now is incredibly smart. There are 2 engineers from Talisman, so he will have the extra repair speed, especially as they're almost both Vet 2. However, even Pigrins are being built. A lot of infantry squads being reinforced from DevM. Talisman did lose his Vet 0 conscripts. They're very squishy in the late game, conscripts, until they're Vet 3, in which case they get a massive received accuracy boost. I believe it's 0.6, which then it almost halves their received accuracy, which is insane. And so I just feel like the manpower bleed from the conscript squad may have been too much. He doesn't have any other tanks despite having the fuel float. The conscripts go down to the MG on retreat. This game is going horribly now for Talisman.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I actually thought like the sniper was going to get a combination of incendiary to that, but unfortunately, I don't actually know what got it in the end. It looked like it was too far or something like that. Maybe.
I think it was the MG from the house that got it.
Right.
Yeah, Talisman, he could have had a T-34-85 by now, and that could have been used very aggressively, could have flanked out the Panzer IV, because DevM actually has a decent fuel income now, double fuel at the moment, so eventually he'll go for his Battle Phase 3 and pull out a Panther. Or maybe even just Stug for the IS-2. Still, only 150 VPs remain.
I think that's one of the weaknesses here for DevM, is that if he's not flexible, I think Talisman could still do something to counteract all this. Like maybe something like a Tier 4 and a Katusha, do you know what I mean? Would be great.
Yeah,
just,
double packs might be worth it.
Yeah, so I think that comes down to, but DevM could probably just get away right now with what he's doing. You know, I think he's got the micro to make Pumas work for sure. Here we have another big engagement coming in at the moment. Double packs going for the IS-2. One of them is vetted, so we could see the target weak point. Also got Shrek upgrades on the Panzer Grenadiers, so this is a very, very dangerous situation for the IS-2 right now. AT guns do turn. Is he going to get target weak point?
Oh, he's still getting hit by the packs. Now he's backing over it, but he thinks he's looking for the conscripts. Nice Zis barrage, but the IS-2 is in a very vulnerable spot. Did he capture the pack gun? Either way, the IS-2 is crawling away. Shrek's on the chase. Will he lose it here? It'll all come down to the penetration. Bounces the Shrek for now. Oh, another bounce, but gets killed by the pack. With that IS-2 down, that's a big blow for Talisman, but he can afford to rebuild that. He has the fuel, and he has almost the manpower.
That has to be GG for Talisman there. Absolutely has to be GG. Now DevM's cleaning up the support weapons. The Talisman's going to need to recruit to stay in this game. Desperate last attempt with the AT gun, but of course that goes down to a great push on the right side from the Panzer Grenadiers and the Grenadiers together. And they, again, wiping all the support weapons. Talisman trying to cap the north side. It is a futile effort. I think DevM just turned this game around.
I think DevM has the to the last man ability that Penals have, because whenever he loses models, whenever he loses squads, he always seems to actually play stronger. He seems to be more aggressive, get better engagements, wipe more things. This is a common thing that we've seen from him, is whenever you think he would end up losing map control because he's lost squads or he's behind in PopCap, he always just plays even more aggressively and somehow is able to maintain the map control. Talisman down at 13 PopCap compared to the 71 of DevM. He will be rebuilding this IS-2, but I don't know, man. There's already a pack. The Pumas has got the target weak point now. So this IS-2, it might do well, but with such little squads left for Talisman, I think this game is over.
Yeah, it's a very, I think it's kind of an odd decision. He doesn't really have anything to cap with right now. It's not like the IS-2 did well a moment ago. Do you know what I mean? I don't really know why he'd want to replace that unit after it.
Well, what else would he replace?
Had a worse.
What would he build?
I think he'd probably go for maybe just, you know, sink into some Maxims and maybe some kind of indirect fire to just clear snipers and AT guns and stuff. I just don't think the IS-2 is going to carry this situation for him. I think that's kind of what he's potentially expecting for it, is for it to just carry his entire army, but I would like to see more army before IS-2, always. I mean, do you think that this is going to be able to beat DevM, this one unit?
No, I don't, but I think it's probably the best choice, because the problem is when you're building Vet 0 squads, it's just so much manpower bleed. Against Vet 3 LMG Grens, conscripts are negligible, they won't do anything. Maxims will just get rifle-nated and just get forced away from the front. Honestly, when you have 13 PopCap, you can't really do anything. I mean, the IS-2, he can hope for some really crazy RNG and get some cheesy wipes, but doesn't have much going for him. Nice flank with the pack. May get a couple of shots off here and a nice Faust too. Yeah, this game's rough. It all went horribly for Talisman. Another con squad goes down. I think he was just too aggressive. Talisman, he overcommitted. Once he had the IS-2, I think he was looking to get a damage engine on one of those tanks and then commit with the IS-2 and finish it off. But yeah, really well played by DevM. He held on, he kept putting the pressure on, even despite being behind. And as a result, Conscripts, they just didn't hold up in the late game against those Grenadiers.
Well, I guess we're just waiting for this to finish now. It's a little bit like I don't want to just call it still, but it's probably going to be DevM if we hadn't have deducted that by now. Still,
Yeah.
maybe a little too early to click the button.
Click the button. I like how dramatic you made that sound. Which button? There are many buttons.
The quick game button.
Choose carefully.
Our territory.
But there's a second pack here, I think that's smart by DevM. The Command Panzer also makes the packs much harder to decrew. Yeah, also the lack of Molotovs may have worked. In that crucial engagement where the IS-2 went down, the two packs were clumped up. If there was a Molotov, that may have made a big difference there and the IS-2 could have survived. But it's hard knowing when to go Molotovs because it is actually a lot of manpower, 125. It's almost a T-70 as far as manpower.
Just getting some huge news in, actually, from Army Polizei Funk. Hello, by the way. Theodosis, 2-1 versus Love Nest. His Love Nest is out of the competition.
Wow, that's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, that's very surprising, if I'm honest. Like, not to say take anything away from Theodosis, who played really well when we saw him last week, but actually just the fact that it's Love Nest.
I want to cast those games now.
I kind of agree, but you have to keep up with the front of things. Maybe it's one that we can go back. There's so many great games playing today, really, that we're not going to get a chance to see, and I hope at least other people in the community are going to pick up some of these replays and cast them and get them up on YouTube. I think we'll probably end up doing some as well, you know, some of the replays casting, because there really are like so many good players playing against each other today. Look at this. How was DevM surviving this situation? Like, even with an engine damaged Command Panzer IV, he's still somehow managing to try and negotiate his way out of the IS-2's grasp.
Negotiate.
He is. He's negotiating. He's like, please, no, miss another shot.
The diplomatic approach.
It is. And there we go. It does go down, unfortunately.
Well, it's abandoned, so I suppose diplomacy works.
That's the power of negotiation right there. But again, like, IS-2 way overstretched. I don't think we saw the target weak point on. Look at the amount of AT that's coming out from these AT guns with the Panzerschrecks as well. I mean, Panzerschrecks really are a great anti-vehicle measure.
I like them against IS-2s because IS-2 not very good against infantry. The scatter is pretty obnoxious. Against the Pershing, however, the pig runs just get wiped way too easily for them to really be effective. But yeah, against the IS-2, if you can flank it, it's very powerful, especially. You can chase it down, get a few more volleys off.
I wonder at what point it's going to take before Talisman throws in the towel here. What kind of event?
If he lost the IS-2, he probably would have quit, I think.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I mean, he hasn't had territory really for a while now. He's dropped very, very quickly down to less VPs than DevM for the first time this game. So this is where it really starts to dawn, I think, that you may not win this one. You may not even have the chance now. Triple caps on. It's a VP drain per second. So just over 2 minutes of the game left at a triple cap at the moment. Talisman has to do something very, very quickly. I don't think DevM's going to let him.
I like how there's all three pack guns moving around together. And whenever the IS-2 shows up, it's just going to get forced away by 3 packs in the Shreks. Conscripts are completely surrounding this Grenadiers. There's 3 squads against 1, and yet, what, 5 cons go down, but due to the sniper. That's a second Vet 3 sniper. So, DevM's sniper preservation has been really good. He only lost the first one to a demo. DevM is typically a player that always rushes out the sniper and has such a great impact with it, and I really liked how Talisman went to the con spam. I don't know if it was intentional as a counter strategy for the sniper or if it was just his playstyle, but either way, con spam I think is much more effective than penals or maxims against the sniper.
It's such a shame because I do genuinely think Talisman had a good chance of beating Devem here. I really did feel that from the start, and it was just a bad engagement. It was one bad engagement that was misjudged and he couldn't recover from, and Devem just really took the reins of it. But it is unfortunate, that's just how things go. You can have the best early mid-game and still lose out in the late game, and that is what makes Devem so great. I don't know if you ever feel, by the way, that this crane on the right-hand side with the VP, I've always felt like you should be able to get like a garrison in there so that they, put a sniper on top of the crane.
Oh, like Battlefield.
Yeah!
how you would spend 10 minutes climbing up a crane, and then you'd get up there, and then you would miss every single shot because the drop is ridiculous, and then you would eventually get counter-sniped by someone else, and you go, man, that was fun, let's do it again.
I think it's cool. I think it should be integrated, like blizzards.
Like a lookout tower for the sniper. Oh yeah, we need more blizzards, more
like,
deep snow.
More deep snow.
We need all those things.
And I mean, you could really replace a lot of the map here, all the central area, with deep mud, couldn't you?
All deep snow.
Yeah. Just a strip of deep snow. Could be anything. Well, we've got some other games going on at the moment. Do you want to jump into another one? This one is definitely gone now, so well played, Talisman. Very unfortunate. Of course, Devem is going to win that game. I'm fairly sure at that point it's going to be Devem game. Question is, now, before we went into that game, actually, I was told by the moderation team that that was the first game, but then again, I saw some people in chat that were saying otherwise.
Well, Devem messaged me as well.
To say...
He PM'd me on Steam.
To say...
Momo vs Barton hasn't started.
What did Devem say?
Like, thinks. He PM'd me on Steam. He said... I haven't loading. Hang on.
I just want to show everyone the stats for that game as well. 96 kills, 219 losses. Ouch! Well played, Devem. Look, you can graphically see, not that Talisman, because of the 4 conscript build, he wasn't really moving up at the same kind of value as Devem anyway, but you can see the moment where he lost that game quite clearly.
Okay, Devem, that's... Oh, wait, hang on. That's G1, by the way, says Devem.
Yeah, so there's another game.
Actually, in that case, we should have another game then.
That's what I think. Yeah.
So, Iconhawk has to commit seppuku.
They screwed up the bracket then.
Oh, okay.
The brackets say 2-0 to Devem.
Right, okay, so apparently there's a problem with the brackets that don't reflect the score. Or maybe it's just some conspiracy, I don't know.
Okay, so I'm going to get an answer on this. Devem, Talisman. Okay, I'll get a confirmation on that. And we'll
G2 is done. Wow.
Is that he said that to you?
9 min game after. Yeah, he's PMing me now.
Wow.
G2 is done. 9 min game after.
Okay. Well, that's cool. What we're going to do here, seeing as we've got another series that has effectively finished then, congratulations Devem, knocking out Talisman from the tournament. I'm going to reload the brackets quickly. And then, oops, actually let's get rid of that one. I'm going to reload the brackets. We're going to have a quick look through what's going on. We'll pick another game. I've seen a lot of people wanting to see a hands game, which might be good fun to do. If we see one running, and I'll try and get an update on what game those guys are in at the moment. But let's have a look at what we've got to work with. So,
so the brackets were fine. It was just the fact that Game 2 ended so quickly that we lost track of it.
Right, I see. Anyway, brackets, Jove. The first one into the quarterfinals, which of course is going to be cast next week, so we're not going to get to see any of the games that are coming under this line here. We may be able to jump into some games that are still going on. Helping Hands and Captain Price, by this it doesn't look like they've finished their game 1 yet. It may be sensible to wait for game 2 so we don't miss out like we did on the last one, or we could jump in to that one. This is unbelievable. I mean Theodosius played so well last week that it actually doesn't really surprise me in a sense. And Love Nest, I haven't really seen him so active recently, so maybe that's been a little bit of a a fall down for him. But Theodosis Devem, that's going to be an amazing game next week. That really is going to be one to watch out for. And I think it's probably going to be the one that we jump in with straight away. Barton versus Momo. It's probably just going to be hilarious. Woof versus Jeslyn. I'm quite up for the Helping Hands game, if I'm totally honest with you.
Sure. I'm a big Hands fanboy.
We're all Helping Hands fans.
You and I have both met Helping Hands, actually.
We have, yeah.
Yeah.
We have.
Not at the same time, though.
He hasn't been on the couch. Like, we've had Love Nest, Easy. I don't know if AE actually ever sat on the couch, but he was in the general area. We've had you, we've had Neo, we've had Von Klug. All these, I want to say greats, but I don't mean that. All these minor celebrities at my hotel. Right, okay, let's run a raffle.
You need a name for your hotel. You need to have a cheesy sign.
Stormless's Coatels. It'll be good. Right, okay, where is the command for this? There we go. Alright, I'm opening up the raffle. 4 commanders are about to be given away to you lovely people on stream. And thank you very much, everybody who's here. Nearly broke 1k viewers, I've noticed. So, super happy that you guys have all turned up to support this. It is like a community funded tournament. All of the proceeds from skin sales have been plugged into this tournament, as well as the creators who made the content. So we still have milestones to hit. If you guys don't know, we hit milestone 4, which means myself and Callum there have the absolute pleasure of casting a 1v1 between Greg Wilson and Quinn Duffy, which I may not be alive for. We've got t-shirts that are going to be designed, like limited edition, like the community is going to design Relic's new t-shirt logos, and they're going to give away a certain amount back into the community and in the future too, which is an interesting one. Milestone 5 is one that I think we're actually not far, so you know, it's a tense one, but Milestone 5 actually, 2 of the top players in this tournament are going to be flown to Vancouver to play the finals from Relic Studio, which is a very, very nice thing of them to organise. But yeah, and if you're really feeling nice, get us to milestone 6 so that me and Callum can go to Vancouver as well. Please, yeah. It's not going to happen. It's fine. We've come to terms with this. But if you're feeling generous,
have we though, Stormless? Have we? I'm still having trouble really comprehending.
Yeah, it makes me sad, but maybe I'll have to sell my soul on my stream for a bit and just plug up my own ticket money.
Yeah, I might do the same, to be honest.
Alright, we're nearly at the end of the raffle, so if you haven't raffled by now, it's your own fault, you're not getting a commander. I'm going to flick over to this one, and we will do the raffle draws. First winner is going to be Vegas 2013. He's not following Relic Entertainment, so he doesn't get a commander. No, I'm just joking. You do get a commander. I'll announce you as the winner in chat. Please do give a follow to the channel, though. It would be rude not to now. Next one is going
caught.
You've been caught. It's public. The community knows. Second one
I see Hansen's price has started.
That's cool. We'll jump into that one in a second. Gears Fan 234 is following Relic Entertainment. Announces a winner. You can have a private message too. Phantom Assassin is a follower.
Isn't that a Dota champion? Dota hero? Phantom Assassin?
I don't know, because I'm not a MOBA nerd.
Well,
Ask Blake. He's clearly into that kind of
thing. He doesn't play Dota. He's too casual for Dota.
And the last one, Angel Forces. You have won a commander too, and you get your own message. I will send all these messages out. I'll try and do it today. Those people that won commanders last week will know that there were some problems with Relic. Basically, they gave me a bunch of codes that didn't work. They were all duplicates. And I was like, please. So we did manage to get it sorted out in the end. And
duplicates.
Then, yeah.
Brings back bad memories.
Tightrope has just exposed me as a liar because I do play Paragon. I was just trying not to give myself the impression on stream, but thank you, Tightrope, for dropping me right in it there. So yeah, okay, I'm going to... 1 second. Oh no, it's just like 3 car alarms have just gone off for no reason. Okay, that's fine. Right, let me just close the raffle now.
Shout out to Tightrope.
There we
I'm
go.
always a big fan of those micro tips and tricks. I actually would love to see some very thorough labbing of the retreat bonuses, bolt actions, moving versus standing still. Is this so hard to test though because of RNG? And it makes it really hard to get a definitive answer on these things.
Oh, I need to do the scores before we noobcast with the incorrect information. Oh no, it's okay. It's already right. That's good. Alright, so we're just about to go into, I think this is game 1, Helping Hands Captain Price.
Ooh, PTRS, the Tank Hunters.
It could be. It certainly could be. Tassos, there may be more raffles. See how I feel. If I'm feeling in a pleasant mood after this next series. Price and Hands, I mean, there's not too much to say between these two players, really. Helping Hands Helping Hands was a really nice story through ESL because he had left studying, he'd come back home. He wanted to cement himself as like a serious player in the game and also just build up, his streaming entity. And it was really nice because he really left it to the last minute, didn't he, to actually shine out through ESL. He couldn't have left it any later. It was his absolute ambition to be the #1, and at the very last opportunity that he could be, he came out as the grand finalist of the 3rd monthly in ESL, which was absolutely awesome. It was a real sob story. I cried my heart out watching the replays, and he had a good hugging session afterwards. But now we're seeing him again. He's got a reputation to hold, and he's going to be coming up against Captain Price. I think we all know who Price is and what Price does. It's going to be a spammy game. It's
we have Ostrupen. That's really strange. How do you feel about Ostrupen?
Do you know what? I trust him. I don't like it, but I trust him. And I haven't seen Ostrupen for a while used, if I'm honest. So I don't even know what this strategy is, to be perfectly honest with you. But if Hans is playing it, then I'm sure he's got confidence in its ability.
I've seen them work a lot better against US and British than Soviets, especially on very garrison heavy maps. You just put Ostrupen in every garrison and you try and flush them out and you kind of struggle because you don't have flamers. But Captain Price is Soviets who's going for penals, so I don't actually see the Ostrupen being that effective in this situation. I'm not sure if this is really the best choice here.
We'll see. I mean, at the very least, the early game is good. He's also got an answer to, kind of like a repetitive answer to the scout car if Price decides to go out for that. So he's going to have some good amount of squads on the field with Faust available, obviously on tech up. So I don't know. I think it's kind of good. He's got a good amount of early map control, really, hasn't he, compared to what Price is at the moment. So it's definitely worked from the point of view of map control. And he's just flinging these things out at the moment. Ostrupen everywhere.
Doesn't have a barracks is why. So he actually went MG and just Ostrupen. So it means you have a lot more manpower in the early game just to get an extra squad out because you're not going for that tier 1 barracks. So it looks like we have the the barracks is going down now actually. So he will be building that one. You do actually need the barracks to fire the Panzerfaust. So if you don't have the barracks, then you are vulnerable to a scout car. But of course, your opponent doesn't know if you have a barracks or not. So the chances are he won't be chancing it. Engineers in the middle are very low. Oof.
I've got to say, the one thing that I really do like about Ostrupen, here especially, playing against the Soviets, is that he, as we saw in the engagement on the right side with the penal battalions, I mean, that wasn't a short engagement. They held that for a while. And at least, when you do have to fall back, he hasn't lost any map control. He hasn't suffered at all from this. But the reinforcement cost is so cheap and so quick that he's probably going to be able to get a lot of, that kind of light rush, a lot of light vehicles and things very, very quickly. So I think that's actually going to benefit him hugely, is the amount of time he can stay on the field, and that it's really not costing him anything. He may rise above it with this quite quickly.
The sniper's also interesting against the Ostrooper, but look at the penals here. This could be a wipe. Blocking off with the Ostrooper and the Pioneers as well. Let's see if he wipes it. There's no cover bonus for the Ostrooper. Ostrooper are probably the worst squad in the game when it comes to wiping squads. So the penals, they will survive. But yeah, the sniper, it's got two kills on the MG, but the manpower bleed on the Ostrooper is going to be negligible from a sniper. So that seems like an interesting build. There's a lot of munitions at the moment here for Helping Hands. Has good map control as well. Can rush out a 2-2-2. So this is a crazy opener here from Helping Hands. He just has such a strong map control with so many squads, so much capping power. I feel like part of the problem is because there's 2 engineers and a sniper. If they were 3 penal squads, if there was 3 penals and an engineer, it would probably be a different story.
Yeah, it's a very, very good... I don't know if maybe Hans had done this knowing that Price was going to play like this. Or, you know, maybe they've encountered each other in auto match, and he knows that this is a very good counter situation. But just everything that Hans has on the field right now perfectly negates what Price has. And it's going to make it very, very difficult for Price to... do anything significant in the early game, which is a shame because
and he's going tier 2.
His time.
He's going for the Zis gun, which it's just so much manpower. It's 200 manpower for the tier 2, 320 for the Zis gun. So it's 520 manpower. So it's going to be even more of an advantage for Helping Hands. But he's going for a 2-2-2. So it's nice to see that he has the Zis gun being built, as the Ostrooper barely survived that one. But I feel like you can just avoid the Zis gun, especially on a map this open and this wide. You can just go around the arc, you can go on the other side of the map. Captain Price does go for the mechanized assault, or rather the mechanized support tactics. It's a great map for the ISU, probably the best map for the ISU, and he will have the guards as a very strong option. So I like how he has guards, not relying entirely on that, but the 2-2-2 going for the dive. He may even kill the sniper here. The Zis does connect, but this sniper has nowhere to run. Will he fire through the building, though? Oh, he's juking out the house. Oh, nice circling. The sniper survives.
Wow, that's a very, very good play there. And actually, Hans dangerously close to losing the 2-2-2 to base fire from the MG there. Is there anything to cut it off? There isn't. Really good push from Hans. Not rewarded, of course, but that is a huge play there. Very sad that didn't come off.
I don't know if it was intentional, but something that Captain Price did is he got the 2-2-2 at pretty much point-blank range to the MG bunker. And what that does, it means that the aim fire delay, the traverse for the MG, and the amount of time that the base MG is actually firing on the scout car is next to nothing. So I feel like if Captain Price didn't do that, if he drove through the middle of the road towards the exit, the base MG may have actually killed the scout car, putting a second scout car and a flame half-track. The Han's really looking to put the pressure on and punish this tier 1 playstyle, but now that there's guards, it's maybe a bit too difficult.
I wonder if we're still going to see tier 3 come in from... I mean, he's going to have to build it anyway at some point for sure, unless he plans on sticking with this until ISU. But I mean, I wonder if we're going to see actually anything come out of tier 3, like the T70 or the SU-76, or whether it's going to be...
nice button on the half-track. This gun's trying to set up, but actually juking out. He's facing the wrong direction. He's worried about the scout car. Guard's doing some nice damage. The half-track's going to be burning them. Will he survive this one? Even the scout car circling the Zis gun. The guards are getting very low here, but the half-track could die at any moment.
Great pushing. Great pushing from Hans. He was one shot away.
Behind the house. Oh, what killed him? Was it the fire?
No, it was the AT gun. Got an AT gun on the strategic.
Zero crew. There's 0 kills. Look at the Zis. 0 kills. I think he killed himself with the fire.
Wow.
That's absurd. He's actually reinforcing the Zis gun. That's crazy. Maybe he's gonna go for the sniper. The guards are there. They have no PTRs. It's only the DPs.
He's desperate to take the sniper down.
Yeah.
Finally, it goes down. Scout car validated, and he's even looks like he's trying to go for the guard squad as well.
Oh, double scout car. Whoopsie.
Yeah, that was a
Scout car, yeah.
Little
He
mistake
back in
there.
front of it.
Yeah, little mistake, but I mean, he's still very, very much in a dominant position right now. Price is just going to have to go with another squad of guards here. I mean, the light vehicle game was good. It kind of came down to one misplay, I think, with the flame half track. Again, I think he could have managed that situation a bit better. He was focusing the sniper whilst the sniper was retreating as well, so he could have actually dealt with the AT gun that took down the half track. It would have meant not prioritizing the sniper, and I don't think that's something he was prepared to do, unfortunately. But triple cap for Austere, crossing in the woods. At this stage of the game, this is very, very good for Hans.
Isn't this the best thing about shoutcasting though? Is saying things and making predictions and then just being completely wrong and then looking like an idiot?
Yeah, I mean, whether you get it right or wrong, I mean, there's a lot of things that can be done. And again, you don't know the state that the players are in, whether they're making mistakes, whether they're not thinking properly, or do you know what I mean? Or whether it's something that we've never seen before. But it's still like good fun when you get it wrong, and it's very validating when you get it right. So
yeah. I feel like part of the reason this worked so well was Captain Price's build order. The sniper and the double engineers didn't work in his favor. Maybe he wanted lots of mines, having the flamer and the sweeper, but either way, the Ostrippen, especially without the barracks early on, it gave just so much map control and map pressure to helping Hans. He's actually building his own sniper now.
I don't think that's a bad decision, to be honest. I think he's in one of these positions right now as well, where he's kind of waiting for Price to make a move. And I think he's got some time to get himself prepared for that. The one thing we haven't seen from him yet is AT, so he clearly doesn't believe in his opponent's ability to field any kind of vehicle at this point. Which is fine, because I guess it's well calculated, but I always see that as being a little bit risky, not having that AT out 10 minutes in the game. We saw how that worked earlier in a game for, was it Shadow? Shadow Water?
I can't remember. You gotta remember, there's been pretty much constant vision in the base. Because of how aggressive these scout cars have been diving after the sniper, Hans has always had eyes on whether or not Captain Price has the T-70, has the tier 3 for the T-70, in which case it's never been an option. And also because there's 3 squads there's Ostrippen, so there's a lot of very durable Fouth squads. We also have a Telemine in the middle. There's Pigrens for the Shreks. There's even a 222 as well. So I feel like even if a T-70 showed up, it really wouldn't matter that much. There would be plenty of time for helping Hans to back away and get a counter for it.
I mean, I really have a feeling that the T-70 won't be showing up.
Yeah, he might just go for the ISU.
It could, but I mean, he's 5 CP at the moment, and to save up for the ISU is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Because what's it going to do when it gets on the field? It's going to get countered by whatever tech Hans has managed to field. He's Ostrippens, who could well likely be a tier 4.
Oh, drops a PTRS. Does it get it on his Ostrippen? Definitely. Don't get it on the Pigrens. Yeah, that's very nice. Sometimes you see players capture PTRS with Stern Pioneers. Don't do that. It's gonna make it harder for the guards to fend off the 222 with only having 1 PTRS.
Still has 300 points.
Yeah, Captain Price, I don't know what his plan here is.
I don't even know why he went for mechanized support as early as he did. Like, I'm sure he had other things with guards in.
Well, what else did he have? I can't remember. No, he had tank hunter tactics. He didn't have any conscripts though. And was it?
Well, as you and I both know, tank hunter tactics may well have been a very good counter to Hans's Ostrippen strategy, because then you would have been able to go for a lot of conscripts. They get that good AT.
That's true.
Light counter, so that may have been a good way of dealing with what Hans has now. But this is my problem with insta picking commanders, is that you really leave yourself no room when things go wrong.
But that's the problem with Soviets, is that when you have elite infantry at 2 command points, you don't have the ability to think about what commander should I go, because you don't know what commander you want until 5, 6, 7 command points, and by then you have to commit to getting elite infantry guards. So it's kind of a weird design in that regard, that you can't use the elite infantry without committing yourself to a specific commander.
Got an interesting engagement here. In fact, I think Hans's sniper has moved away from that engagement now, but both of them not really moving into counter snipe. Hans, of course, has to be a little bit more careful. Single model against the double models from the Soviet sniper. But
Scout car v sniper, round 3. Do we have it? Oh.
yeah,
Round 3, a fight 2.
of course that scout car now Vet 2, so we're getting excellent sight range from that now. It's going to be even more devastating for the amount of sight he'll be able to get from the scout car. And again, let's just check out exactly what he gets with that. I mean, it's huge, really. Could be more with spotting scopes, but he gets to pick out everything way before it's a problem. Getting a little bit too close to the guards, though, I feel.
Yeah, might end badly here. There's no DP, there's no button. Well, the round 3 2-2-2 epic duel will go over to the scout car. Sniper not lasting very long.
Wow, I mean, I don't know. I guess kind of it's worth it. It's just a shame to waste the Vet 2 scout car if there was a way to get it out of there. But now we're seeing Panzer IV come on the field. I still don't know what Price's game is. It looks like he's going directly for ISU.
I love how he lost the 2-2-2 to the base MG. It's like, I'm gonna make a MOBA noob reference here, but it's like when you go execute yourself on the base turrets who deny the XP. It's pretty much the same thing, right? If he goes into the base MG, he denies the veterancy, the one PTRS shot.
Are we genuinely trying to suggest that is what happened?
No, it was just funny.
Helping Hands. He's like, you know what? I don't want to give veterancy to the guards, so I'm going to just waste that scout car on the base MG because I once played a MOBA and I know it's a thing.
It's just like it's the mental victory. It's a bit pride that haha no, you didn't kill my 2-2-2. The base MG killed my 2-2-2. I killed myself. It's it's mind games. It's psychology or none of that. Maybe I'm just having too much fun. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry at all. Well, the map got a little bit patchy for a second there, whilst Captain Price got a little bit of confidence to get out of his base territory, but it's going to be met with the Panzer IV on the south, Sniper and some of the Ostrogman Captain on the left-hand side. How much longer can Price fight out of his base building area?
Find out on the next episode of Warmate Championship. 200 points.
Rated PG-13.
Will Hans tech to tier 4? Will Price ever get out of his base? Will we ever see enough CP for the ISU-10 to the field?
Spoiler alert, no. Actually, maybe. 14 command points. Triple cap has been delayed for a little bit here.
I'm just... yeah. We see some work from the AT gun now. Still don't have... Oh no, we do have button vehicle available now, so we could get some good plays from Price there, but... this is... it's unusual to see, because Price usually gets these things right at the start of the game, do you know what I mean? It's like even frustrating players like Love Nest. And here it's just been countered from the start. And I think it goes to show how good, when you get a good start, when you get a good build like this, whether it was done deliberately to counter Price or whether it just happened by fluke, and when you get this build rolling, you can just dominate completely with it. And even a player like Price, who's usually the abuser, is like, you know, completely void of things to do now. And I absolutely love that. Here we have the Ostwind come in from Helping Hands.
Enemy forces are securing our territory.
Gotta be careful of the counter snipe in the middle. There's no... Oh, there's an NAT gun. There's this gun. And there's 3 guards. The Ostwind could go down pretty quickly. The thing is with the Ostwind to remember is it actually doesn't have much armor. It has much less armor than the Panzer IV, so it will get taken out by the PTRS, and I say bazookas as well, much quicker than you would see from a Panzer IV. They have the same health, but the armor does make a difference here. The Maxim could go down though.
That's got to go down for sure.
Maybe stealing the Maxim with the Ostrupen. The guard's behind the heavy cover, not taking any damage. I think it's also from the elevation. The Ostman is just bouncing the ground in front of them. Oh, a grenade from the guard to Maxim.
That was nearly a very good grenade, because of course the whole squad came together when the retreat order was called. I don't think that grenade would have done as much damage had they still been spread out. But nearly got the wipe with that. Great pushing on the retreat lines there from the Osttrooper. They probably are very, very unlikely to actually get a wipe on the retreat, but always good to try and pick up those extra models where possible. You know, one of the best things here, like just the trade-off that he's getting from the Osttrooper is absolutely great. I don't think I've really seen him void of manpower to spend once in this game, partly due to that, but it's really allowed him to go for his, go for his sniper, go for his MGs, go for his vehicles, and still play aggressively.
Counter snipe in the middle! It's gonna happen, I think. Maybe not necessarily suppressed, so I think the rate of fire, or whatever there is, the aim time, was drastically reduced.
Get me excited like that.
He was aiming at it, he had the target acquired.
Well, Price certainly is stacking up the manpower a little bit, so this is definitely going to be his aim. I'm just like, what are we going to do here when the ISU comes out? It's going to drive up the center of the field. It's going to get flanked.
Miss.
Like, I don't know.
It's going to miss a bunch of infantry, and then the Panzer IV is going to flank it.
Well, let me tell you what I'm more worried about. What I'm more worried about is that Hans now has access to railway artillery and plenty of units that can Faust.
Yeah.
So no, I'm getting a feeling.
He has enough munitions to use the railway 3 times.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this ISU is going to have a pretty bad day, to be honest.
Yeah, there's plenty of buttons available, and there's also the marked target as well. So maybe he'll just leave it on the AT roll. I was harping on about its lack of penetration, but against a Panzer IV and an Ostwind, that won't be an issue. Flanking with the Osttruppen. Wow,
secondary rounds on the MG as well, yeah. Really nice. Unfortunately though, AT gun manages to get out of view. Looks like he could actually get a nice little retreat kill here for the snipers.
Oh yeah, with the Ostwind, maybe even the guards.
Here we go again. Straight back into the base. Will the Ostwind get killed by the base MGs? Oh, railway artillery call in the base territory. Absolutely brutal. Price is now going to have to move everything, and this is the point where Helping Hands can really start to try and push stuff to retreat, because there's no way that Price is going to be wanting to retreat into his base at this point, whilst a huge railway artillery is raining down. Look at the size of those explosions.
Hands are got to be careful. You could get hit by the railway.
Oh, this is not good. No, the sniper! Whoops! Instant surrender from Price.
No ISU.
You could hear that was coming.
Yeah. That was a great game. I love seeing Hans have such an aggressive opener, and completely surprised me, and it worked really well. The Osttrippen spam, you just took the map so aggressively, it delayed the T-70. Again, maybe we should have seen Barton go for the T-70 much sooner, but the advantage of going the Osttrippen is the 6-man squads with Faust, so they are much more durable than the 4-man Grands, so even if they get caught by a T-70, they're going to have a much easier time surviving, landing the Faust. And also, the fact that Hans went double 222, that the double 222 allows him to fend off a lone T-70, so he wouldn't have been completely unprepared if the T-70 arrived. So I think Hans had a very well executed and all-round strategy.
It was a really good strategy, and I just completely doubted when you came in at the start and said, "Hey, look, Oststruppen." I'm thinking, what the hell? I was thinking, we haven't checked Steam IDs. Are we casting the right game? But I mean, I guess most people, maybe people that have been watching Hans stream, will have seen him use that perhaps and be familiar with it. But for me, I was thinking, what are the benefits of this? And of course, great benefits, great trade-offs. Against all of the kind of Soviet engagements we saw. I have a feeling it may have been difficult if flamers were popped on the penal battalions. That may have made it slightly more difficult for Oststruppen to work, but I just think like the early game went so well, and Ostrooper, it's nice to see commanders like that in 1v1, you know. We've only seen 3 austere commanders, really, haven't we, the entire time. Mobile defense, mechanized assault, and, well, now Ostrooper.
Lightning Wall sometimes.
Now Ostrooper. I don't think we've even seen more than 2, if I'm completely honest.
Especially since Ostrooper rely on the cover, because they have the cover buff, that if you have squads that can flush them out of cover with the flamers, then even better. So I think mass penal spam or even con spam with Molotovs works very well. So I certainly don't think it's one of those strategies that you can just pull out Ostrooper and easy games, easy wins. Yeah, no, probably not. But I think it's definitely worth exploring, and I think it has a lot of potential.
Definitely. It's one of those things that, like, a lot of commanders in this game, in a way sad, but in a way not sad, is that you do require a certain amount of micro to use some commanders, like, totally efficiently. There's not many people that could pull off some commanders, you know what I mean? But in the hands of the right people, like, commanders like that can be absolutely devastating. Anyway, we're going to get into the second game, and this is an interesting one. I'm really looking forward to this next one, because we're going to get to see the Brits, finally.
Yeah, a man helping hands with the Brits.
Our very own, well, I say our very own, my very own Brit in CoH2, helping hands.
Well, we're all brothers of humanity, so I think we can include ourselves.
A filthy prisoner that was sent off to Australia.
Convict.
Well,
you know what? I could we could say that we're all one as a Commonwealth. We could be a little bit more patriotic.
Our very own Commonwealth fighter.
I got my wallet right in front of me. I'll pull out a 20-cent coin, which has the Queen's lovely face on it. If I have a 50-cent coin, the Queen's on there, so, you know.
I love the patriotism. You must always have the Queen in your pocket. Wait, that sounds terrible. You must always have the Queen on you. No, that's worse.
Hans is rank 2, apparently. Hans is rank 2 as the Brits, and Captain Price rank 17. So Hans looks like he's one of the better British players.
He is a very good Brit player. And we're actually catching this game as it's starting, which is fantastic. Let me just make sure that I change the right score, because we don't want a repeat of last week where I gave a free game to the wrong player. So there we go. The scene has been modified, and we'll hop back in.
85% win rate for helping Hans as the Brits. That's quite impressive. And we get to see how exactly. We get to see why.
So
this is a great map for the land mattress. Really, any rocket artillery fares well on crossing the woods. Land mattress, probably the strongest of them all.
I don't know. I'm still a real fan of Vanguard, if I'm honest. Nothing beats Vanguard for me, in just the sense that you get that quick cap, and you know your units, your vehicles can capture points, and an AEC in combination with that is such a great, like, it could be just devastating to access if you get that in the early game. I prefer Vanguard, and I do still have the Crocodile, I have to say. But Mobile Assault, you're dead right. It's a devastating bit of kit. The flamethrowers are very, very handy, and pretty much everyone uses them for those reasons. Tactical support was what we mainly saw Hans using during ESL. Artillery cover, which is one of the late game off-map artilleries in this, did take a nerf. I believe it was during ESL.
Yeah, I think it may have been the same patch as the AEC when that was changed. It's still very strong. We saw, I don't know the players, but we saw Cromwell spam versus a King Tiger, and it actually is very effective. You get the gun lock, which, or rather, I think it's main gunner injured.
I think now, now
so
you
it
get
slows
gunner
the rate of fire down.
Yeah.
Yeah, where before it was stuns. And the suppression, it's very strong ability. Also, the air supply operation, it's so strong. 150 munitions, and you get a Vickers and a 6-pounder. You're converting munitions into 480 manpower. That's wrong. Well, it's a lot of manpower. Okay, you're getting a 6-pounder and a Vickers.
I think, like,
if only I had a stats man here. If only I had someone here that could do maths for me.
AE was brilliant.
He's on it, man.
I don't mean to, you know, put any kind of like caster disputes up here, but AE came in with his calculator, and he was an accountant. Wow. So I mean, he was right on with his figures. So that's lesson learned there. Come in with the calculator. Here we
280
go.
for the Vickers, and the 6-pounder is, I think it's 320, right?
Yeah.
So it might be 600, but whatever. That's okay. I just feel defeated now.
I'll let you
I feel
do.
like I've embarrassed myself on stream by pulling out the wrong numbers. You know, if there's one thing that I like doing, it's having the correct numbers. Like with the ISU penetration lots. Okay, so according to our master stat tactician, it is approximately lots.
Approximately lots.
Well recovered, I think.
Well recovered. I'm going to let you do an intro.
Intro.
Try
Man,
and
my
make
favourite
up
thing
with
ever.
it. Try and make up for that with an intro. Go for it.
Well, here we are, folks. We have Helping Hans as our British. He's going to be versing Captain Price. This is game number 2, I believe, unless we missed the first one. We saw Helping Hans have a very dominant, aggressive Wehrmacht game as the Ostruppen, surprising all of us, casters, spectators.
Mainly me.
Mainly Stormless, but also other people as well.
But it's one of the pleasures
infantry
of
section.
one of the pleasures of watching Hans is just the control he has over really anything that he uses. I enjoy watching him play Brits because I do see Brits as being one of those factions like Oster that still relies on a little bit of, you know, map strategy, positioning. I don't think you can be like, you know, DevM aggressive with this faction. So I mean, you probably could.
I would
think
love to see that.
I think Price.
I want to
has
see
done that.
DevM play Brits and just see him fail because it's just not built for his playstyle.
Yeah, he maybe could get away, you know, doing that with mobile assault. He'd just constantly be spamming advanced cover combat, wouldn't he? So he could get it just randomly in the field green cover bonuses. But it's one of those, like, I just like seeing, you know, controlled movement on this. I really love that style of RTS where a lot of slower engagements, a lot of calculated engagements, good teching, and of course plenty of emplacements. No, that obviously,
Kappa?
yeah, obviously not true, but the rest of it was. I think there's
Sniper
a little
here for
bit of
Captain Price.
Sniper will come in. One of the difficult things here, I think, is that Hans isn't going to get that speedy early game against Price, which really helped him dominate that last game. Because it's a little bit slower, I think it gives Oster a good opportunity to get itself in a good position. As we're seeing Price right now, he seems to be getting something up before any real engagements have taken place. I don't think shots have been fired at all yet.
They're about to.
Yep, we're about to see that, I think. No. Yeah, okay, he does actually get sight.
Oh, there we go.
So, we'll see how these first engagements go, but I think this is going to be one of those games where Price won't be so pressured. He will be able to get himself into a position where maybe he can start the troll roll, but we'll see what happens.
Sniper from Helping Hans. Let's see if the Grens go down here. No, they survived that one. Could have gone down. Tommy's are very strong at wiping squads on retreat, even at long distances.
I would say Price just got off to a really bad start though on the healing front. Look at the health of that sniper. That is completely removed from the game due to a great little push through the narrow corridor of the green cover and the tree line. Pushing everything that Price has off the field at this point. Sniper's going to have to be so careful, and especially if Hans flicks on the mobile assault. That really is going to be dead Sniper, because those things will just pop out of anywhere.
I like how he's using it with 2 health left. Good on him.
It takes a very confident, brave person to use a sniper like this.
Negative cover with 2 health. I'm assuming it's 2. It could be 1 for all I know.
I mean, all he has to do is trip up over something, do you know what I mean? Or just like stumble too hard into some green cover and it may just kill him. It may just kill him off. That, and also he's got the boy anti-tank. Is it boys? Boys anti-tank.
The boys AT rifle. That being said though, how many swag points would it be if he counter-sniped Hans' sniper with 2 health? Loses the MG42 though. Uh-oh.
I think if that happened, I would definitely have to give Price a pat on the back for that. This would be a very brave, very cool thing to happen.
Tommy's gonna be chasing the sniper down. He may get revealed. Oh, goes back in the cover now. Oh man, let's see if he loses the sniper here. Doesn't fire the shot.
That was tense.
That sniper. That was nuts. And the MG42 still can be recaptured here. The Tommies need to reinforce themselves. Building the AEC is helping Hans. That sniper needs to get healed against that AEC.
I think it looks like we
Oh,
possibly
yeah, the
have...
med packs. The med packs are terrible though. I think they heal. It's about 24 health.
I think it's probably
which is
worthwhile
a
for
bit-
the sniper just to have a little bit. Because until you can actually get the medic bunker up, it's going to be helpful, do you know what I mean? Just in case.
Yeah,
you
it's
hit
worth
friends.
doing. I actually like that.
And
It makes the difference between anything killing the sniper and actually being able to take a couple of shots.
Yeah. But it's also one of those abilities you don't really get to see often, you know, there's not that many people
Yeah.
that know really or use the medic pack, so
Enemy
including
forces are
myself.
securing our territory.
Yeah, I hope it gets buffed. It's 20 munitions, it doesn't even fully heal. Even Grenadiers, infantry, it doesn't fully heal models.
And I mean,
So-
well, if you put that in comparison with OKW, the Stern Pioneers who drop medical supplies, they drop like 3, like near fully healing. I don't know what the actual stats are, but
Yeah.
it always seems to heal to full health.
Pretty sure it fully heals. It also works in combat too, I believe.
Yeah, and I mean that's for 30
Enemy is
munitions.
taking
So.
our territory.
The only reason why you don't see it is because it requires Vet 1.
Infantry squad has
Oh,
been
loses the
killed.
Pyre Squad, capping the MG. Still probably worth it though. Surprised
Yeah.
Hans didn't focus on denying that.
Yeah, it seems a weird one to lose because you can never really complain really about having an MG when you've got the Brits there. It gives you a lot of extra time. I don't know, maybe he just felt he didn't need it, but sad that it's back in the hands of his opponents again. Gives Price that extra little bit of maneuverability that he may be able to start progressing his way through the map again.
Pigren's here for Captain Price. Hans is looking so strong right now. He's got 2 engineers as well. Maybe he'll pull out the flamers with the mobile assault. Pretty to counter to Pigren's if they try and charge up close through the fire. Might not end too well.
And one thing I really have to say actually on that point about Hans is that the 2 players that have really stuck out today for me have been Jove and Hans.
Our
And
opponents are seizing a sector.
I mean, Jove was just absolutely brutal. But I mean, Hans has been very controlled. Everything that Hans is doing is very, very well laid out.
So here's the urban mobile assault. So he will have access to the flamers. Or maybe even he'll go the infiltration commandos. A great way at wiping snipers is if you just pop a squad instantly out of a house. I don't think you can spawn from the house, or maybe you can actually, the one near the wood stacks.
Oh, do you mean the tiny little watchtower thing? Is that what you mean, or the?
The one that's next to the bottom right point on the map, where the sniper is nearby. Next to the wood stack.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can from this.
You can.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it's a garrison
The
building,
ability is
so
ready
you
for
can
use.
get out of it.
That could be devastating.
Yeah. Well, we're coming up to it.
Even
I
the
think actually
Pigrins.
we're on it's only 440, so also
have the
late retreat
manpower,
here
though.
from the Grenadiers if they retreat badly through this double Tommy squad.
They don't have cover at least though, but this is buying time for Hans to use the infiltration. He is actually reinforcing in his base, so this won't be the option, but this could be so powerful. If he spawns out, you could actually wipe both of those, especially if he gets a nice gammon bomb in the retreat path.
And the counter snipe! Yes, it happened. It was beautiful, and it wasn't for Price, unfortunately. He loses the Oster sniper. Great play by Hans, though.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen this counter-snipe dynamic. Brits versus Wehrmacht, not a common matchup. Last time we casted it, I don't think there was even a sniper for the Wehrmacht player either. So, Captain Price really on the ropes now. I don't know what wrong.
Well, I think
Point is being
What
overrun.
happened?
at least what's going on my head with Price right now is that he seems to be playing archaic strategies that don't really exist in the game anymore. I mean, probably he's used to just overpowering people in auto match, do you know what I mean? Because he's a good player. But when it comes up against like tournament plays, and I don't know, I just think this is like way too expected. I think Hans has had a lot of practice dealing with this. The other benefit I always feel for like allied players is that when you play as the allies, you only ever come up against 2 teams from the Axis, so it's kind of easier, do you know what I mean, to practice against strategies from these teams and like meta. There's less of it. Like when you're playing as the Axis, you've got like 3 loads of things to play against, and all the different players playing them. I think for Price, who I haven't really seen play that much OKW, this is probably
went down to the MG.
Yeah, it's probably really predictable.
Enemy forces are securing our territory.
Losing that MG42 was probably the biggest deal. I mean, you actually kept it back, but it was a pretty big blow. It could be the AC going down as the Faust will connect, and the Shreks are nearby. There's 2 squads here, one with a flamer, actually 3 squads, and managing to wipe the MG42, pops the AEC smoke. The Pigrins should be able to just run past it. You can actually attack around through the smoke as well. AC has revealed itself. There it goes.
Not only that, but
the
AC
Tommies
goes
as well.
down, and the Tommies went down. So, actually, not particularly great for Hans there. Fortunately, he's in a very good map position right now, so it should be a recoverable situation. Hans needs to get his own healing on for his sniper.
Has the tier 3 as well. Hans can almost afford Cromwell.
Oh my god.
What? I mean, the great thing about the observer delay, you get to hear both of our ridiculous reactions when silly things happen. Man, that was very, very unlucky, but they were such a low squad that they would have had about 10% health left. And of course, Flamers, the lower the squad, the more likely they are to crit. So low health models, you are likely to get critted by the Flamers.
Yeah, I mean, that was, nothing really, like, surprised me about it, but it was a very last-minute double wipe at the same time. It's, yeah, I mean, I do agree as well. I do really like... I mean, I deliberately didn't say anything about it. I was just like, I hope he's watching these units. But yeah, very, very unfortunate. It's such a big investment as well to lose.
Damned enemies trying to take a point from us.
Okay, watch the Brits heal the sniper to full health for free. I think everyone
it is an uneven feature, really. It should be, especially as you're getting charged, exhausted, and we may see another counter snipe here.
We're losing a capture point.
The sniper didn't get fully healed. Okay, so not that uneven, but still big difference. Sniper in the middle here. Captain Price will lose a second sniper, perhaps.
There's a rather splendid
Nope,
ready
didn't
to
get that one. And in the middle again, the flames on the engineers are just doing so much damage. Looking for a counter snipe. He's cloaked in front of the tank trap. He's going to be revealed for a moment. Oh, so close every time.
Oh, look
and
at that.
It might be a bit of a bait.
He's just
He
getting...
should go for the Grens. It's probably worth the Grens. Risk it.
Well, the thing is, like, the Ostis sniper is cloaking so fast, but Hans knows the answer to this. He rocks in with the Cromwell. Nothing really to stop it at this moment. Grenadiers are coming in. Even a Faust is not going to work right now. Is he going to go the whole hog with this one? He is. Cromwell charging into the base. He's going to try and get the sniper. Is Price going to be as lucky as we saw in the last game? Certainly don't know. We've got another at least like 5 or 6 seconds before the... Look at that crush!
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, Price getting completely out-microed. And then he's going to go in for the sniper again. Now he doesn't have the threat of the Faust. Completely abusing Captain Price here at this 13-minute entry point into the game. What a great play from Hans there.
It's the narrative of British is, can you hold out until you get the Cromwell? Because the Cromwell is just so OP. But helping Hans was never in a bad position, and once he has the Cromwells now, this game is just so over. Captain Price, he goes for his mechanized Stuggies. Close enough. Stuggies not going to be able to deal with the Cromwell.
Yeah, I don't know about this idea. We had the commandos pop out as well. They're hiding probably just to meet the sniper if it decides to go to the right side. In fact, he's going to reveal himself out of the position, I think.
Has a pack, and that's it. Lost the Pigrins, doesn't have the Shreks, can't afford to get any more Shreks. Captain Price is out of map control. He has nothing left. He has 1 point next to his base. Ooh, in his base even. And Cromwell's in an ambush position. You take the Stuggy out very quickly. He already has the Vet 1.
Look at how careful Hans is trying to play these stealth units. Doesn't want the sniper to get seen, also waiting for the perfect moment that the commandos...
like right now, maybe.
The enemy are at 200
Oh, the counter snipe. Maybe. The Cromwell can probably reveal the sniper.
Yeah, he's lining up
Or maybe
the shot
not.
at the moment. Will he get the snipe on retreat? I think he missed that. He has to get the sniper out there, of course. What can Price do?
Did he lose the sniper? Oh no, he retreated it. He just maybe get a 6-pounder, helping Hans. But, you know, Cromwells will do it, especially if you have access to the support powers like Arty cover. But not an option here, of course, has the wrong commander for that. As long as he avoids the pack, then he should be fine. And once again, going to be ambushing out. Didn't focus the weak one down. And he has 2 engineers, so he has pretty fast repairs. Getting a lot of veterancy as well on the Cromwell. Did those infiltration commanders wipe anything when they spawned?
No, I don't believe so. I think they
0
came out
kills.
of the building that is on the right-hand side of Price's base, and then they just kind of hid there. I don't know whether they were actually going to go for the sniper, or whether he was just trying to wipe some retreating squads. It was unfortunate. I don't think much of that actually went to plan as he expected. Here comes the second Cromwell. And what do you make of these skins, by the way?
They're nice. I don't know.
I like these ones.
They're bright.
I'm not 100% that they fit, if I'm honest. But I do like these ones.
Oh, sniper battle, sniper battle! The Osphere sniper should win that one because it has the quicker aim time, but of course, whoa, what a great turnaround there. I loved how Hans, the split-second decision, he knew that he couldn't win that, so instead, he went backwards and went behind the cover for the cloak.
Here we go, let's see what Hans can do with 2 Cromwells. He's going in for a flank right now. 80 gun turn to face Cromwell on the right. We have a stun from the sniper, taking that Stuggy out of control there. Not out of control, but you know what I mean. It's not in control. And one of the Cromwells is going to try and take that down. Squads are retreating everywhere. One of the Stuggies goes down. The second one goes down right on the VP. Captain Price throws in the towel before his 80 guns goes down, and he gets base rushed again. What a great play from Hans. So controlled, so steady. Price just can't handle it.
Yeah, what a great British game there from Helping Hans. He surprised us not only with the Austrian, but now also the British as well. Another faction that people regard as being very weak. And this game goes to show why Helping Hans is rank 2 with an 85% win-loss ratio.
Yeah.
That's just fantastic. And what did he do? He went triple infantry sections. He went for...
Sniper.
A sniper. Then he went double engineers, popped out... No, it was AC. Then he went engineers, popped out the flamers. It was such a powerful opener, and... Yeah, the AC did really good work.
No, I wasn't expecting it to go that way. I genuinely think there were some mistakes made by Price there, like losing the MG the way that he did. Like a lot of those retreats that we saw as well probably could have been managed so that Hans wasn't kind of on the retreat path line. But I think on a map like Crossing in the Woods, it seems to me like one of these things that people do, like they always leave themselves vulnerable to retreat path lines, because it's so easy to cross that river and not, just forget that you have to retreat through quite a large area of the map that you maybe don't have vision on. So like what we saw obviously with like Hans coming from that bottom right side of the map and just wiping those units, or like in some cases near wiping it. But one of the most powerful things I think I've seen Hans like be good at is his knowledge of when to push. So like in the previous game when we saw him push that sniper with the scout cars, and he knew that there wasn't going to be the snares there. He knew he was going to get away with it. Twice he did that. He then did it with the AEC this game, then he did it with the Cromwell. And that seems to be how he's closing his games, actually, is with those vehicle pushes. So, I wonder how that's going to fare for other players, where they're going to put some more traps and defenses down to make sure that kind of thing can't happen. But it's definitely something that Hans is doing routinely.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I want to see how Helping Hans continues this up in our semi-finals and our quarterfinals that we'll be covering next week. Because so far, he's looking damn good, and especially with Love Nest getting taken out. And I think pretty much the assumptions going into today's games is that the top 2 players are Jove and Love Nest. And I gotta say, Jove and Helping Hans are now probably my top 2. We didn't see any Dev M, unfortunately. Dev M, a very, very strong player.
We got
But,
one game,
yeah,
didn't
helping
we?
Hans.
We got the game him
With
versus
Dev M.
Talisman. Yeah. Talisman, do you remember that with the IS2?
Probably, yeah, probably.
He played mobile
Probably.
defense on Crossroads.
He played mobile defense. That narrows it down. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Crossing
There we go,
Crossroads.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the map would narrow it down. I think it's the only one we cast.
Yeah.
I've got the brackets up.
commander.
I've got the brackets up at the moment just to show everyone what's gone on through the day. Of course, today we were only casting the round 1, round 2, which is obviously best of 32, best of 16. We're now down to 8 players.
Round of
8 players left at the moment. They are Jove and Von Ivan. That's going to be a great game next week. Nagano versus Helping Hands, very challenging match.
Ooh, I want to do that one.
That is going to be an interesting one, no doubt. I mean, both the Russians, you know what they're like. They want to play together, you know. They love it. The sad thing is I don't think there's a situation where both the Russians could end up. Do you know what I mean? In the finals game. So if they were aiming for like a milestone 5, getting to Vancouver kind of thing, it ain't gonna happen, unfortunately. The brackets do not allow it. But I mean, it's going to be a difficult game for Hans as well. I mean, we've seen he's very, very on form, and people were telling me before today, like Hans's play has been on point recently, and it really has. So that's going to be an interesting one. Theodosis and Devem. Well, Theodosis has just put Love Nest out of the tournament, so you can make your own you can make your own assumptions on that. Love Nest said to me earlier, I said, who you know, I think you've got like a pretty easy bracket if I'm honest. He said, Talisman is my Talisman is the one that I'm scared of. And Devem's taken out Talisman, Theodosis has taken out Love Nest. So it's going to be a very interesting game. And this here is exciting beyond belief. Barton versus Jezelin. That matchup, the last time they played in a tournament, I think, was that ESL game we cast, which was absolutely phenomenal. And if anybody missed it earlier, maybe people that have just joined the stream a bit later on during the day, I highly recommend going and checking out this game here. Game 2, Barton versus Shadowwater. You may want to skip through the first 25 minutes because it did get a little bit dull, but you're basically going to see an epic comeback from Barton with OKW against a very, very strong Soviet. So that's definitely one of the games to have watched for today. Yeah, interesting day.
I'm glad we casted as many games as we did. We were a little bit concerned going into this that we're only going to be able to cast 2 series, but we actually got a pretty good variety of different players in different series across the board. So I think today went pretty well. What we did say earlier is I asked a lot of players to send me replays, and if they were really good games, we would cast them. No one did though, unfortunately. So
no. Well, hopefully they're uploaded.
replays
Hopefully they are uploading them. So so do you know what I mean? Like they'll be there, and anybody who is like casting in the community, do get on and cast those games and get them on your YouTubes and stuff, because it is important, I think, and like keeping people casted, like getting the players cast is really important, because that's like one of the best things about playing in a tournament is having casters cast your game. It's like we can only get through so many together, but you know, like other people do need to hop on those replays and stuff. We're going to do another commander giveaway before we go, just to say massive thank you everybody for turning up and giving your support. You'll be able to pick from commanders. It'll be any of the recent ones really. You've got heavy cavalry like the Pershing, tactical support, which is the Calliope for USF, Overwatch, and which is the Goliath, and gosh, I forget the name of the other one. I've actually forgotten the name of the other commander. It's not Fire. It's not Fires. No.
Well, what faction is it?
I don't know actually. I think they swapped it. I think the only one they gave was Overwatch, and then the other 2 were Brits. If you guys are raffling now, just a word of warning, it hasn't counted. Now I've just opened the raffle, so if you raffled before you heard me say now, do it again, because you won't have been included. I can find out. I don't really want to pull open the spreadsheet that has all of the names on, because it wouldn't be the first time that someone in the community has accidentally broadcast like 100 ESL DLC codes on the screen, which results in us having to like delete all content and stuff. But yeah, whilst we're doing this as well, I'm not going to put our links. Why is Relic entering the raffle? This is ridiculous. The sad thing is that they can actually win it, and in that situation,
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, if you're enjoying the casts, and there's loads of good casts in the community, I highly recommend just going and scouting out YouTube, seeing who else is casting the replays of this. If we know any, then we'll bring their names up to the front.
It's actually a great segue there, Stormless. I will be casting. Well, I'll be posting all of those games on my YouTube channel. All of last week's games have been posted on my channel, and most of week one's games were on the channel as well. So if you missed some of the games, then they're worth checking out, and also all of today's games, as I said. So if you do want to check that out, those games, I will link them in the chat, which I
wouldn't do it now.
Open.
Don't do it now while everyone's raffling, because it'll
Yeah,
get lost in the void of time. But
Sure.
as most things do when raffle is on. But yeah, as I say, we'll be here again next week, next Sunday at 5 p.m. BST. Work that out in your own times. We hope you've enjoyed what has been displayed of the tournament today. Next week, the game's going up even another level. Like, they're all going to be absolutely fantastic. And if you want to catch up with us during the week, you can follow my channel on Twitch, which is just the standard twitch.tv/Stormless. Or you can also check out General's Gentleman on YouTube and on Twitch, who with the, I think it says it under your name. I think you can do that under the name thing, and it's like General's Gentleman. Get him on Twitter. Right, we're going to do the commander thing now. I'm just getting the text for this up. Excellent. Okay, so you guys can see as well the winner of the last one. We're going to give away, let's see how many we've given away so far. We've given away 8. We can get away with 12, I think, actually. So, going to be 12 winners right now. And we're going to do the first draw. It is Grigor. He won earlier. He actually won earlier.
Reroll.
In this situation, I'm going to re-roll. I'm sorry if you feel that's wrong, but you did win already today, so we're going to re-roll that one. Tobis Co. He's not a follower of Relic Entertainment, but he does have a nice display picture of a cow laughing, so I'm going to announce him as a winner. Then we've got as the next one Martin Gustafsson 92. You are the next winner. Congratulations. And you guys have Relic to thank for all these DLC codes. You guys can just, I'll let you know what the commanders are. You can tell me which one you want, and I'll give you the code for it. Third winner today, 3 PICMO. And last, and probably least. Oh, I was hoping that was going to say Relic Entertainment. I was wishing for that to happen. Now my setup doesn't work. Viking Warrior Scald is a follower of Relic Entertainment, and you have won yourself a nice commander for the game. Congratulations everybody who has won today. Thank you very much for co-casting, GG. It's always a pleasure to cast for you.
You're welcome. It's been fun.
I must admit, I did miss the random Blake cast as well. Well, you didn't need a break today, so... But, yeah, we got quarterfinals next week, which is going to be pretty darn good. And then after that, September the 11th, we have the semi-finals and finals. And then an after party if you guys want to stay on Twitch and get drunk with us. So...
the one thing to bear in mind is the grand final might be pushed back. Well, it will be pushed back if milestone 5 is hit, because it means that since the top 2 players will be getting flown out to Vancouver, they're allowing a week extra to account for that. So
right, yeah,
definitely semis and quarters next week. Grand final will be the week after, or possibly 2 weeks after that, depending on the milestones. Which it looks like it will hit milestone 5, which is pretty nice to see. Hopefully, we'll hit milestone 6.
Oh, I'm getting something from Relic. Carl says, not quite right. Next week is quarter and semi-finals. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
My fault. So yeah, okay, next week we're having the quarter and the semi-finals, which does actually make more sense, actually, and it does say that on the Battlefly, so my fault. But yeah, so the finals we'll keep a track on that. And as I say, if you guys want that to happen, then all you need to do is just go and buy some skins that people have made. Find one you like. I recommend the Tiger. What's it called? Street Sharks.
Of course you do.
Street Sharks. It's so good. I've been using it like consistently with USF now. And then there's also one from Chucky Starfish, I think, who did the... I can't remember what the actual name of the skins is called. Anyway, we're rambling now. So anyway, I'm going to hand everybody back over to the Company of Heroes 1 music. Enjoy the screenshots.
Once we plug, right?
Once we plug.
Plug time.
It's all about the plug.
YouTube.com/generalsgentlemen in the chat. That is where the videos from this week will be posted, as well as to follow our YouTube videos for a bunch of other games and such. Then do check out, also like the Facebook page, facebook.com/generalsgentlemen, and the Twitter you can see is GG the Machine. The overlay is there showing it. So thanks. For everyone that's been watching and sticking it out, it's been a lot of fun, and I'll look forward to seeing you all next week.
Shameless. Absolutely shameless.
Well, when there's 750...
Hello, welcome.